Hello. Hello, everyone. Good evening. And thank you for joining us this evening. I now call the regular City Council meeting of June 2nd, 2026 to order. Our first item, we're going to go ahead and start our Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving down to item 2 of the agenda, our land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Okay, so we'll move on to item 3, our roll call and city clerk's report. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Tave.
Here.
Noting for the record that Mayor Pro Tem Murphy is absent. Councilmember Sasai.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Toms.
Here.
Interim City Manager Evans.
Present.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Friday, May 29th at 2:30 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting, distributed to the council, posted to the city website, and are available at the back of the chambers for public viewing. Does the council have any conflicts this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So seeing item 4 and 5, we do not have a closed session scheduled for tonight. So we'll move on to item 6, citizens to be heard. Madam City Clerk, if you will.
Yes, thank you. Our first speaker is Richard Kossel.
And Madam City Clerk, the the public comment is for items not on the agenda. Is that correct?
Yes, just to clarify, so if you are speaking on the an item on the agenda, you should specify that on your card. If you're speaking on an item that's not on the agenda, that's for this section, citizens to be heard.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
And to take this opportunity anyway. So there are many problems, and I don't know where to start. We have roads in disrepair, infrastructure is failing, budget is not balanced, money has been wasted. Certain city council members treating the city as our own personal travel agency. A grand jury report just came out declaring the city is mismanaged, giving a rating of F, where Pinole has a worst financial rating in all of Contra Costa's 19 cities, while the 10.25% sales tax is the highest of all of Contra Costa. We pay more taxes and get less from them. We have 3 city council members, known as the trio, seem to be colluding and voting in a block. That trio voted to ignore the wishes of the citizens and place Measure D on the ballot, which normally has a low turnout, in hopes that it would pass. And that same trio will not commit to abstain from running for mayor if Measure D passes, indicating that it was only about personal political advancement. The city has funded activities which opened it to potential lawsuits based on viewpoint discrimination and sex and gender discrimination as well. And now, top that off, we are potentially hiring a city manager who is the wife of a former San Francisco PUC official convicted of wire fraud, bank fraud, bribery, who could also be considered a unindicted co-conspirator, being that she would have signed the fraudulent $1.3 million loan documents and partook in the benefits of the conspiracy. She resigned her San Francisco job in disgrace. Harlan Kelly Jr., trial verdict, July 14th, 2023, convicted, 1 count, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, bribery schemes with Walter Wong. 1 count, wire fraud, bribes, gifts, PUC contracts. 4 counts, bank fraud, false statements to bank for a $1.3 million misstatement of income and debts. Guilty on all bank fraud charges. guilty on the bribery and wire fraud charges tied to gifts, home repairs, trip to China, and contract steering. Judge Richard Seaborg said, Kelly betrayed the public trust. And I'm seeing a pattern here, a pattern of some officials, some city officials, not concerned with the will of the people, a pattern of some city officials not concerned with the welfare of the city, a pattern of some city officials putting their ideologically driven projects above the basic needs of the citizens. And I hope we see better in the future.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Do we have any other in-person speakers for citizens to be heard only? Go ahead, Debbie Long.
Good evening. Not surprising, we're missing Devin Murphy. I put a bet on that and won. Since your last council meeting, the grand jury has issued a report regarding Pinole's financial viability and in detail described why we are rated an F, the lowest in the county. I would have expected that this would have been put on the agenda, if for no other reason than to schedule some town hall meetings where the public isn't limited to 3 minutes and we can have a real discussion in order to promote transparency. But instead, you're going to go ahead with the 26-27 budget, which only allows us 3 months to discuss the entire budget. But it isn't like you to take any of our concerns seriously. You should all be embarrassed by this rating and have the humility to say that you screwed up instead of continuing with business as usual. I am requesting that the grand jury report be brought back on the agenda in order to establish dates for at least 2 town hall meetings in order to discuss and fully vet the conclusion of the grand jury. As you move forward to the agenda, item 11A, in discussion of the 26-27 agenda, please keep in mind that the cuts you intend to make may not be in the public nor the staff's best interests. Any cuts to staff should be done at the highest levels, not at the expense of the rank and file. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Irma Report.
Next speaker, please.
Yes, Irma Report.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public, and I'm here this evening for 2 items I would like to speak about. Thank you, Mayor Mayor Taves, Council Member Sasai, and Mayor Pro Tem Devin Murphy for giving the taxpayers in Pinole the opportunity to vote on Measure D, elected mayor, and give us all an opportunity to vote on it. Whether it passes or doesn't tonight is not the reason to hold back and not allow the citizens to be a part of the vote. This is what democracy is all about. And spending $50,000, you want to go there? Let's go to the past council members, special interest, who are here and who have done all this. $1.5 million for the Faria Museum. Remember that, Ms. Norma Martinez Rubin? So let's go there. We can talk about wasteful money, but another thing, we got the 2025-26 Contra Costa County Grand Jury. I just read it last week. It's got 6 recommendations. Mayor and council, we're not doing well. In the past year, this is what's been going on. Lousy city managers, they've got to go, they went. One from Vallejo that left a couple of years ago, left couple of months ago. The one that we hired for only a year, she was a job hopper for only 2 years. She stayed here for a year and looked for a job and went to 4 different states. You can, hey, Google on her on YouTube, and she's all over the place. How do we make mistakes like that? So what I want to do, Mayor and Council, let's start over. Let's clean house. And I'm talking about everybody. Everybody. Clean house and start over. I've lived here 50 years, Mayor and Council. And I've gotten a lot of BS from council members. They told me to F myself, leave town if I don't like it. And one told me he hates me. Well, you know what? I live here. I have the right to be here and to vote. And my golly, no one's going to scare me away from here. So I'm going to tell you, it's about time the city got together and the special interests come together and hey, this is what the result is, the grand jury report, bringing the city down. And let me talk to the city employees and everybody here. I used to be in the union as chief steward in the government. I lost my job. I couldn't help even taking care of other people's jobs, but I was given another one. But guess what? Either take it or leave it. This city has been through the ringer before. We've gone through almost bankruptcy. Ask your city treasurer, former mayor and council, he's told you all this. Let's go to the history of Pinole. We have to. You want to know the history? Hey, come to me. I got it all together for you. Remember, I've lived here 50 years, and I've been at this council meeting. And last year I was here with the former city manager and told her, we need the budget. We need the budget. We never had time. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
We have Allison Carrillo online.
Hi, calling in. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Can you speak up?
Yes. I'm speaking tonight in response to the Contra Costa Grand Civil Jury Report on the City of Pinole, more broadly, what the kind of city we want Pinole to be. For those in the audience, the Civil Grand Jury investigates local government operations when a city struggles to manage its own affairs. I hope the findings did not surprise anyone. The underlying information has long been publicly available, and I look forward to reading both the City Council and the City staff's formal responses. The report confirms what many of us already know. Pinole faces serious structural budget challenges, built up over years of reliance on one-time funds and reserve withdrawals. We have a long road ahead on roadway deterioration and deferred infrastructure. So I do want to be clear, acknowledging these challenges is not a reason for despair. I think this is a call for action. There's been public criticism blaming Measure I and delayed pavement work as failures. I do want to be clear and precise about why I disagree. Measure I is a general fund tax tasked to maintain Pinole's fiscal responsibility across a broad range of needs. It is not a special revenue tax legally restricted to streets. And let's be honest about potholes. Filling one is not street maintenance. It is a reactive safety measure, necessary, but not a solution. Full resurfacing and rehabilitation will be required at a far greater cost than many of us anticipate. I voted for Measure I because the city was dangerously reliant on reserves to paper over structural deficits. Till the house is in order, significant pavement rehabilitation will remain out of reach, and getting the house in order has to start now. I raised similar concerns in 2024 during the sewer rate discussion. My position hasn't changed. Raising fees to amongst the highest in the Bay Area must be matched by a genuine commitment for results through fiscal discipline, strategic planning, and clearing the bottlenecks that prevent staff from building and delivering real capital programs. Instead, limited staff time continues to be consumed by special council projects, deferring the core work that the city desperately needs at real cost to real residents. That was 2 years ago. The political infighting and prioritization of special interests has to end. City staff are capable people. They deserve the direction and the space to do their jobs, to plan, to build, and to deliver the stable services and infrastructure that Pinole residents depend on. The City Council functions as a board of directors, setting the policy roadmap, establishing fiscal responsibilities and priorities, and making steady progress towards the vision in our general plan. That role demands focus, discipline, and above all else, accountability to the people of Pinole. That does not mean the City Council acts as the CEO of a corporation. Pinole is worth fighting. This community has resilience, history, and we're hearing about the deep-held belief in its future. What it needs now is leadership that matches that energy, leadership that prioritizes long-term well-being over short-term politics. I do really hope that tonight marks that return.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
That concludes public comment.
Okay.
So if you're not speaking on an item on the agenda, please go ahead and take the podium. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Peter Herman, and appreciate the opportunity to all the council members and the mayor. Regarding the grand jury report, again, the financial state of the city being the last in all of the communities of the county. Again, highest sales tax, potential of roads that cannot be repaired, potential for the city to face bankruptcy. To all of the council members, this cannot be a recent problem. I don't hold the so-called 3 council members by any means blameless for this. However, I can't believe that even the tenured council members didn't see this coming. Where was the warning for this? Where is the leadership to address this in a thoughtful, thorough manner? Where is the comprehensive plan offered to forestall something like this? How could this possibly be such a surprise to many of us who are engaged citizens? Certainly it was a part of the public record, but we don't understand all of the financial details. That's what we have you for. This is frankly outrageous. As a retired homeowner and a citizen who is relying on this town for my property value and my well-being and as a citizen, I'm very angry with every single one of you that's in leadership for this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker.
Any other citizens to be heard? So if you're speaking on the budget item, then we'll have those waiting for the budget item. If it's a general comment that's not on the agenda, you can go ahead and speak now. Just state your name for the record.
Well, sir, so we don't want to, really what this is for any item that's not on the agenda. So that is on the agenda. Yeah, under budget. So you would be speaking under there. So the city clerk has your card, and what we'll do is queue those up per what you had down. So, but looks like we had one more person. No? Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and move on from citizens to be heard to item 7, reports and communications. Mayor's report. Don't have a report tonight. So we'll move to item 7B, mayoral and council appointments. We don't have any council appointments tonight, but we'll move to item 7C, council community reports and communications. And I'll start with Councilmember Toms on my left.
Sure, thank you. So since our last meeting, I attended an all-day class on Introduction to Land Use Planning for Wildfires in California. This was a training that had objectives like increasing the understanding of California state requirements for planning in fire hazard areas, including our general plan, safety element, fire safe regulations, subdivision review program, and applicable chapters of the building code, and discussions of our vulnerabilities during an emergency and what the best practices are. We also talked about various reports that are required in order to get funding for fire mitigation. So that leads me to the next meeting I attended last week, and that's the East Bay Wildfire Coalition of Governments. One of the things we're working on there is trying to work as a region in the East Bay on addressing the massive amounts of fuel that are in the East Bay hills, particularly. We discussed how the Board of Forestry is looking at draft rules for Zone 0. That involves having non-combustible items next to your home, and the Board of Forestry needs to come up with the regulations. They are not as strict as some of the communities would like. And then the other item that we talked about was, a lot of public information that needs to be communicated for homeowners in the area as far as reducing their risk of fire. And then we also talked about opening up the CAL FIRE grants that are coming up. And I have communicated with our city manager and public works director about projects in Pinole that we can be applying for that would reduce our risk here in Pinole Valley. So that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Toms. We'll go ahead and go to Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. Since we last met, I responded to a few invitations to represent City of Pinole and or support activities that are in partnership with either the
Chamber of Commerce, Bayfront Chamber of Commerce, and or our local schools. One of those events was the ribbon cutting at Togo's. Some of you recall that Togo used to be in one of our shopping centers, left, and now they are back. In fact, I got a text from one of you, delighted that that business is back, and they are. So if you are a fan of that eatery and or sandwiches, they have returned at 1471 Fitzgerald Drive, Suite 105, and they would be happy to have you take part in their menu, and also to make use of their new kiosks, which is one of the changes as businesses are catching up with things digital. You will notice, if you are a longtime resident of Pinole, that the counters are different, and now you pay at a kiosk, making it easier for you to exchange for one of their many sandwiches. The other event that I attended was the 75th anniversary of Collins Elementary, which was celebrated. People that have graduated from that school over several decades got to experience a reunion, as well as the current students got to demonstrate their artwork. And another event that was more instructive, or activity that was more instructive, and a review that is very pertinent to what we're discussing today, is having attended a webinar sponsored by and conducted by Cal Cities, which is the organization that provides training and orientation to electeds, among other things. They presented a webinar that is now part of a Senate bill that requires new council members and others that are elected to participate, so that they have a very basic, if not fundamental, overview of what are municipal finances and financial management. I think it's a long time coming. Specifically, I have taken part in two-day-long academies over time, and have been one of the few council members. Most of those are attended by finance or officers. So I'm glad that this webinar is now available to fellow electeds. The other event I attended was something organized by the West Contra Costa Unified School District, the first annual event that celebrated the graduation of Latino or Latinx students throughout the district, and that was held at the Richmond Memorial Auditorium. Some of you may wonder why those special events are held, and I can tell you, as a Latina graduate of multiple schools, from elementary through graduate school, it is a recognition and acknowledgement that there are still a lot of strides that have to be taken, not only by ethnic minority students, but as well their families, to graduate from academic programs, and as well to recognize the families that continue to adopt their family lifestyles and adapt to life here in the States, to encourage their sons and daughters to go through the academic preparation, so that in turn, eventually, they will return to their communities and provide either service civically or professionally. So I was delighted to take part in that. Thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, do you recall the Senate bill?
Yes. Senate bill that requires the webinar related to municipal finances and financial management.
827?
It's SB 827.
That's right. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for the report. We'll go ahead and go to Councilmember Sasai for his report.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak. I serve as our delegate to WCTAC, the West Contra Costa Transportation Commission. I attended the most recent meeting in El Cerrito City Hall, and one of the most important items that we heard that day was around the budget allocation to the call for projects. I was proud to vote that morning on a $7.1 million budget allocation towards some incredible projects that will serve not just City of Pinole, but regionally across West Contra Costa County. I will note that this package included a $700,000 budget allocation for a project here in the City of Pinole, which is to improve a section of Tennant Avenue to facilitate safer movement of bicyclists and pedestrians. So just want to thank, first off, our Public Works Director, but also all the staff that worked very hard to make sure that this was possible. Last thing I just want to mention is, just want to wish everybody a restful and also observant Memorial Day that we had. As I mentioned before in our council meetings, I come from a family of veterans. My grandfather serving during World War II, my uncle who served during the Vietnam War, but also my great-grandfather who served in the early 20th century. And so he was posthumously awarded the Purple Heart, the Combat Infantry Badge, and the Bronze Star after dying in combat on October 30th, 1944. So his name was Dashi Takeuchi, the Takeuchi side of our Japanese family. And just want to make sure that everybody observes the sacrifices that all of our veterans have made, especially those who have paid the ultimate price. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Sasai. I do want to throw one kind of triggered ribbon cutting for Travis Credit Union that also happened late May. So we did welcome Travis Credit Union to Pinole as well. And so we just want to say thank you to that team for hosting a nice ribbon cutting and for the community. So, okay, so we'll move down to 7D, council requests for future agenda items. So we'll take any future agenda items. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, please go ahead.
Sure, thank you. I have two. One of them is to request a presentation by Republic Services to review and emphasize the importance of sorting recyclables. A few months ago, all residents received a booklet on this, and effective July 1st, which is just around the corner, they will begin closely monitoring how well we sort. It's all in the interest of complying with Senate Bill 1383, which cities also have to abide by. And so if we can have a presentation sometime and during one of the meetings in July, that would be great. And that is my request.
Great. So we'll look for consensus across the council.
I'll second that.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
A vote would be great. Yes, thank you. Councilmember Toms, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin,
Yes?
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
noting Mayor Pro Tem Murphy is absent, Mayor Tave.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you. And I have one more, and that is, given the 71st anniversary, we don't all encounter those or come to those of having a proclamation prepared to acknowledge that and celebrate Collins Elementary's achievement.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Councilmember Toms. Yes. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Yes?
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
noting Mayor Pro Tem Murphy is absent, Mayor Tave.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Toms? Any future agenda items? Councilmember Sasai?
None, Mayor. Thanks.
Okay, I do want to ask for a presentation at a later time for the grand jury report and findings. I know that there were 6 findings in that report, and I think we do need to have some type of public presentation on how council is moving to address those issues. Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Yes?
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
noting Mayor Pro Tem Murphy is absent, Mayor Tave.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so moving on from council requests from future. Oh, I'm sorry. Did we take the public comment for? Yeah, that's right, for reports and communication.
No public comment for that item unless you have one. Okay, go ahead.
And
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I would like for the council to please, according to the grand jury, put it out as soon as possible to the public. Let them read it. And also, it says on page 17, by December 31st, 2026, it should be sooner than later. Actually, it should be an immediate. Consider developing methods to engage Pinole residents regarding options to address ongoing fiscal challenges. Mayor and Council, I've been here in the past many times over asking for a fiscal budget, how we're doing. Past managers said, oh, we're balanced. Oh, really? So I wonder why we got the F grade. So please put it on the agenda so everybody can have something to talk about. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we'll move to 7E, City Manager Report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I wanted to follow up with the City Council and community on a report we received from the Contra Costa County Civil Grand Jury, number 2604, Pinole's Financial Future, It's a Rough Road. The 20-page report details the fiscal challenges before the City of Pinole, from previous operating deficits, one-time fund transfers, rising pension and retiree health costs, to unfunded capital improvement projects, including roads and city facilities. Tonight, the City Council and community will see presentations from both the fiscal year 26-27 budget and capital improvement programs. There are significant adjustments and reductions in both from what was potentially entertained in March. I want to commend the City Council, which has been consistent with me since I came on board in March, to see how to balance the budget for fiscal year 26-27 and beyond using what we are calling the yellow brick road method, and the other emphatic direction that has been sent to me, which is how do we see some road projects now? And speaking of roads, right now there's a $3 million request for bids, which closes Monday for the first phase of road improvements, and then staff anticipates another $3 million request for bid going out in late July for an additional amount of roads being done. I want to thank staff for being creative and problem solving and trying to reduce the expenditures in this upcoming fiscal budget in a meaningful manner. It's not easy. Staff has been collaborative in trying to put forth a budget that is balanced and spreads the pain, or sometimes is least worst in expenditure reductions. As of tonight, if the City Council concurs with staff's recommendations, we have a $50,000 yellow brick to come up with in cuts by June 16th. That was originally $4.2 million. Tonight is an excellent opportunity to start to address many of the items in the report before it is due, and on top of that, present them in an open forum. So overall, a response to the report is due to the Civil Grand Jury by August 14th. That concludes my report.
Thank you, City Manager. And I want to just take a quick moment to thank staff. I know this process is not easy, but I do want to say thank you. I mean, that's a huge gap to cover, and I want to thank you for your work. Okay, so we'll move to 7F, City Attorney Report.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing to report at this time.
Okay, we're going to move to item 8, recognitions, presentations, community events. We have no proclamations or presentations tonight. So we'll move to item 9, consent calendar. Okay, and we'll take public comment on consent.
Thank you. We have several. I'll start with Debbie Long, Kathy McFarland, followed by Bill, I think that's Briggy.
Good evening again. So much has already been said about Naomi Kelly, our soon-to-be city manager, I believe, and her husband, Harlan. So other than to say, if you don't know, just Google their names. It will give you great pause and concern that this council is bringing her in on city manager at an elevated salary not seen in our city before, all at a time when we are fiscally insolvent. I've heard some say she deserves a chance because women are often judged harsher than men. However, I don't believe this is the case, and she should not be judged less harshly simply because she is a woman. But my concern is we are hiring someone as a leader with a questionable financial background and bringing fraudulent drama to our city. Because of this background, I don't see her being able to be qualified to take on Pinole's looming financial deficit and at the same time instill confidence and respect in her leadership. In fact, I question how Joe Gordon, the hiring consultant, could bring forth a candidate with her background and departure, that being from the San Francisco administrator. And back to her salary. Why was it necessary to jump over $50,000, closer to an additional $100,000 with benefits from what we have paid previous city managers, all at a time when you are decreasing the budgets of the rank and file? Sadly to say, I'm sure not one of you will have the guts or the tenacity to change your vote. So all I can say to each and every one of you, that not only am I angry, but to put it bluntly, because that's just my nature, I am pistified because I'm so pissed off and mystified at your utter stupidity. Be proud as you continue to run this city into the ground.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Kathy McFarland. The council's choice for the new city manager is Naomi Kelly. This choice just shows and confirms the sordid, self-serving, and egotistical ways of our mayor and the two male council members who have been on their continued jury to slowly destroy our city. Naomi Kelly was San Francisco's city administrator until she resigned in 1/12/2021. Her husband is Harlan Kelly, who was San Francisco's Public Utilities General Manager and who was convicted of 6 counts of federal fraud and conspiracy crimes, wire fraud, bank fraud, and bribes from construction contractors. The Kelly family, meaning all of them, knowing very well that when you go on a vacation, who pays for the trip, took a trip to Hong Kong and China in 2016, which paid for by Walter Wong, a construction contractor. And also, according to multiple sources, it was stated that during the time of the raid on their home, there was suspected cocaine on the premises. Naomi Kelly resigned, saying she wanted the city to function without distraction. Is this a situation we need to read in between the lines and that she may have been given an ultimatum by the city to resign, or was it really her personal choice? The city of Pinole wants to pay her a base annual salary of $305,000, which is $79,000 more a year, which actually equals $6,580 more a month than the previous city manager was paid. What is she going to be, the council's backdoor plan for when Measure D fails? No to the city manager appointment. Tonight, you are not voting behind closed doors. The city and the residents will see exactly how each one of you votes. We will see who is representing and protecting our city and who is using and abusing it for their self-serving agendas.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
I'm Bill Bright. Thank you, City Council, Mayor. Yeah, you know, once I heard about the new city manager being hired at around a $300,000 salary, I just asked Siri what the average salary of city managers is. And it came out to be.
Sorry, if you can bring the mic. Yeah.
So I asked Siri what the average city manager salary was nationwide. And it comes up to be, according to ZipRecruiter, about $115,000. San Jose city manager apparently lists out at $135,000. Highest they record is $261,000. I just don't know how we can do this with an F grade. I mean, F grade means fail, right? So in a way, all of you are failing at your jobs, and I don't see how we can continue, you know, down this road. Yeah, I just hope you reconsider this hire.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Yes, for 9D, we have Sheila Grist and Allison Carrillo. Sorry, followed by Irma Ruport.
Hello, Mayor, Council, and staff, and peeps. I think that Debbie and Kathy and the gentleman here said just about all I wanted to say, but you know, this weekend I was thinking about what Martin Luther King Jr. said. I'm sorry. About his kids. That his 4 little children would one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Good evening, City Council members. I'd like to take a moment to welcome the city's new city manager and to speak directly to her. You are stepping into a city that has real challenges. clearly documented in the civil grand jury report. This report is not a critique, just a critique. It is a roadmap. It identifies where we are, and it points toward where we need to go. You are stepping into an organization that has been worn down by staff turnover, exhausted by years of navigating disparate interests, political, personal, organizational. That instability has a cost, which we are hearing in the challenges that the city has to maintain staff and hire staff, including the salaries we must pay to bring people in. It shows up in deferred maintenance, infrastructure, strained services, and a community that has grown skeptical of promises. Pinole has cycled through too many city managers and too many directors of public works in too few years. Every transition resets momentum, fractures institutional knowledge, and signals to staff and community alike that stability is not something this city can hold on to. This has to change, and I hope that will, starting now with you. What Pinole needs is a city manager and a city council committed to the long game, a genuine partnership built on aligned priorities, mutual accountability, respect, and the discipline to put the long-term health of this city above short-term politics. I hope we use the report. I hope, city manager, you use the report, steady the staff, coordinate with council, and build a plan and stay to see it through. Pinole is counting on you. Meet the moment and meet the mandate. Meet us where we need you to be, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
So the next speaker is Irma Ruport. We have you for 9C and 9D, followed by Peter Murray for 9D and Rafael Menes for 9C.
Again, good evening, everybody. 9C, congratulations to the police department's contract being approved. It's about time. You do not, our safety public officers deserve better than the contract that they're given such late notice. They were the last to be approved. Shame on everybody here. And just to let you know, I respect officers. My brother was a police officer in Texas. My niece is currently a Dallas police officer. And I can tell you, they're poorly paid, underpaid, but some of those guys are really good. They protect us. So make sure next time we do a little bit better. 9D, approve the employment for the city manager, mayor. Continue the item. It's not good. It doesn't show fit well for what's going on with her experience, her past. I have some human resources background, and I can tell you, it doesn't go well. We've already failed the last couple of times with city managers, and they left us. The one from Vallejo, Murray, city manager, just left a couple of months ago. He left. So, and Kelsey was only here for a year. She was a job hopper. She was looking for something else. The city manager, mayor, continue the item. Show the people here we deserve better than this, okay? This is the guidelines to recruiting for managers. Look it up, you guys. It's on the website. I applied for a city job one time years ago. I've lived here 50 years. And guess what? I got a lie detector test, I got a clearance checked, and security. Where's our HR people? Do you guys do that? We hire a consultant, and this is all we got. As a matter of fact, the last one we hired, one of you asked, how many people were recruited? Send me all of the people. And this is the best we could do? Are you kidding me? No. Continue this item. Go back and talk about it. No. It's a no for me, and start over. And if we have to get one of these directors temporarily as city manager, go for it. Because I think we deserve better than this, and this is no good. Because you go, guess what? I don't like it, and it stinks. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff. I had the luxury of sitting on the interview board with Irma. And as most of you know, Irma and I, we don't get anything, or I shouldn't say anything, but we disagree a lot. And well, I'll leave it at that. But I think that I agree with her 100%. When we were sitting there, the first thing, I wasn't there 5 minutes, and I already knew that I wasn't happy with the interview process. And I had prepared my questions for the interview and was told that I couldn't use my questions. I had to go off a strict sheet. And my first thought was, I'm being scripted here. And because I know the issues we have, and I've been harping about it for 3 years and everything. So my questions were going to be pulling that kind of information out of the candidates that we had. And I didn't feel that I could, based on the questions. I had to use his questions, the moderator, his questions to draw my questions out if I could, and put a lot of work on us. And again, I just don't feel comfortable with the process that we went through, and I don't feel comfortable with your position, because one of the things we were told was this person has been thoroughly vetted. And if it's thoroughly vetted, how did you make this decision? That's what I want to know. I think everybody here, I think everybody in the community deserves an answer to that. And I agree, for the first time in a long time with Irma, hold off on this.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Raphael Bess, a resident of Pinole, and I have some questions about item 9C, the Memorandum of Understanding. So it's my understanding that basically this memorandum is going to cover through the end of this June, and then there would need to be a new Memorandum of Understanding negotiated. Does the city have a plan to negotiate the next memoranda in a more rapid fashion? Secondly, it states that there's going to be a total cost of provisions for the memorandum of $214,000, of which $202,600 are from the general fund on page 51 of the agenda packet. So is that going to be tracked as a budget adjustment to the current year's budget, or is that going to be carried forward as a cost to be added on to the budget to be discussed later for fiscal year 26-27? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
I think that concludes the speakers for the consent calendar. Anyone else want to speak on the consent calendar? Okay.
Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to council. Is there any items that council would like to pull, or
I have
do we a motion?
a follow-up question. I think I know the answer for, that Mr. Menace just brought up, that the 3% increase was already budgeted in this current fiscal year budget, but if I can get confirmation on that.
Councilmember Toms, you are correct.
Thank you.
I have a question related to item 9D, and this is a procedural question. It's pertinent to this item. If I recall correctly, part of the consulting firm's tasks included bringing back or making a presentation prior to a new city manager being on board, but please correct me if not. And if so, could we do so at the next meeting to have the public understand and or review the process? There was a process, quite lengthy, from the get-go that the consulting firm provided, and there were opportunities for members of the public to speak to the recruitment process in a number of instances, but evidently not everyone participated. So I'm wondering whether between now and our next meeting, we could have Mr. Gordon back to accompany presentation of item 9D?
Struggling a little bit with my timing here, coming on to the city manager role here. I'm not sure of the full contract language, but if that's the direction of the council, we can certainly do that.
I would then make a motion that we defer item 9D to the next council meeting, and at the same council meeting, which would be June 16th? Okay, and at that council meeting as well, have Mr. Gordon, who represented the firm, the consulting firm, review the process that included the opportunities for input from members of the public.
And I'll second that.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, well, we have discussion, so what does that look like, that presentation? What would be?
Certainly to be determined, but I recall that among the points made by Mr. Gordon to ensure that there was understanding and a reception of a new city manager, regardless of who it was, he offered that. He offered some type of activity that would sort of wrap up the recruitment process. But please revisit the contract unless it was something that I recall, because that's a usual kind of approach that could be taken, and he certainly could offer that. I stand corrected, but I think that there was an opportunity to do that.
Was that in the contract?
Through the chair, I don't recall that. I'm not sure if he maybe offered that just outside and beyond the scope of the contract. It doesn't look like, I'm looking at the HR director. I don't believe that was in the scope of his contract, so we would need to obviously ask him if he's available to do that, and it would be kind of at an additional cost if he's already completed.
Exactly, and thank you for bringing that up, just as well for the public to understand that everything incurs a cost because it's someone's time, the consulting firm's time, and that is that. So if we can simply explore the possibilities and come back with a response. The crux of my motion then is to defer item D to the next meeting.
And I'll second that.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy is absent. Mayor Tave?
No.
Motion carries.
Okay. So
I'd like to move approval of consent calendar items 9A, B, and C.
I'll second. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Voting, excuse me, noting that Mayor Pro Tem Murphy is absent. Mayor Tave?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to public hearings. Item 10. So we'll have 10A, City Manager.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight's first public hearing is Assembly Bill 2561, Government Code Section 3502.3, Vacancies, Recruitment, and Retention Efforts Compliance. Tonight we have Stacy Schell, your Human Resources Director, and staff here with a presentation, and we will hand it over to them right now.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Charlene Davis. I'm the HR analyst, and I'm joined by Stacy Schell, our HR director. Is that better?
Yes.
Great. This evening, we'll be discussing our vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts. Next slide. A brief agenda. We'll do an overview of the Assembly Bill, our workforce for calendar year 2025, vacancy information, and our efforts to attract and retain talent. Next slide. AB 2561 requires public agencies to hold at least one informational public hearing per fiscal year to discuss vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts. This will be our second presentation since the bill passed. Next slide. On December 31st, 2025, the city's full and part-time regular budgeted positions was 107.75, providing a diverse array of services to members of the public. Next slide. At the end of calendar year 2025, the city had 11 total vacancies, averaging a vacancy rate of 10.14%. This chart here shows the breakdown per bargaining group. As a comparison to other West County agencies, El Cerrito had an increase of 0.04% of vacancies. San Pablo had an increase of 0.63%. Hercules had a decrease of 3.82%. Pinole had a decrease of 3.51%. And Richmond had a decrease of 3.55%, comparing 2024 and 2025 calendar years. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. When vacancies occur, the recruitment cycles begin. Vacancies are created for several reasons, including promotions or transfers, or when an employee retires, resigns voluntarily, or is involuntarily separated. Filling vacancies ensures continuity in services, maintains operational efficiencies, minimizes the need for overtime and disruptions of departmental functions. Next slide, please. To meet changing desires of employees and prospective employees, the city incorporates various tools to attract and retain talent, including competitive pay and benefits. In addition to our benefits, some of our recruitment efforts have recently included approval from the state of California Peace Officer Standards and Training, or California Post, to host and proctor the post-entry-level law enforcement test battery, also known as the Pellet B exam, that measures the skills that are associated with successful performance of a law enforcement officer in California. Other than the staff time and the printing of test materials, the added cost is postage. We overnighted the results to get the quickest results turnaround, and that cost about $17. When posting job announcements, instead of selecting job categories specific to the position, for example, public safety or law enforcement for a police officer, additional unrelated categories are selected in hopes that someone might share and pass the opportunity along. I'd also like to mention some of our job postings are attracting an overwhelming number of applicants. For example, our police records specialist received 377 applications. Our dispatcher received 168 applications, and our community services officer received 177 applications. So we've been pretty busy working to fill these vacancies. By offering testing opportunities for positions receiving a high volume, we've also been able to use a consulting firm that provides exams for testing, resulting in more qualified applicants being placed on the eligibility list, lasting from 6 months to up to 2 years if the eligibility list is extended. So looking back over a 12-month period, we added 2 new positions, including the IT manager, which is filled, and the project manager under the sustainability title, which is also filled. Vacancies internally happened as well, 2 of those being promotions from sergeant to commander and officer to sergeant. We had no retirements this year, and our overall retention rate was 92% for calendar year 2025, up from last year's rate of 87%. And that concludes our public hearing presentation for this evening. And we can open it up to questions or comments.
All right, so we'll bring it back to council for any questions for the presentation. Councilmember Thomas?
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that this is a new requirement, doing the public hearing. So this is the first one, or the second one. So we had this last year.
Yes.
And just for folks to know that this is a relatively new law, and I want to thank you for providing the information.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? Councilmember Sasai?
Yes, I have a few questions. Thanks, Councilmember Thomas, for noting that this is the second time that this has come back to council. Apologies if I missed this in the presentation. What was our vacancy rate around this time last year?
It was... I thought I had that in my notes. Give me a moment and I'll get that back to you. Oh, I did. Yeah, it's right there. Last year was 13.65.
Great, and this year citywide we're down to 10.14.
Correct. A
All right,
difference of
and then-
3.51.
Great. I don't think I've seen this in the report, the presentation, but how many of these vacancies are sworn officer positions, and then what are the notable other vacancy titles of the vacant jobs?
3 were sworn officers, 1 dispatcher, and a community safety specialist. It also included an associate civil engineer, a building inspector, capital improvement program manager, and a community services officer, so a CSO, a city manager, the capital improvement program manager, 3 police officers, dispatcher, community safety specialist, so the CSS, and I think I'm missing 1.
Gotcha. And then the per bargaining group, highest vacancy rate is 14.29% for local 512. How many within the public works department? How many positions are vacant?
2 and 1 in community development.
Development. Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Question also as a matter of information for the public, because some of the public comments I heard tonight also have, or somehow related one way or another to what is evident with regard to services or the condition of the cities, the city, and the responsibilities that staff have who are in place, along with the situation that you find yourselves in when there are vacancies. So the question is this: is this ongoing? For which of the positions has there been ongoing recruitment since, let's say, a year ago?
Mm-hmm.
And then, if it's possible to pull up in your notes, which of the positions in particular has the city been recruiting for longer than a year? And related, pardon me, 3 parts, and related to those that have taken longer to actually get someone in the spot, some of the constraints or barriers that you have found that have kept people from actually taking a position. Thank you.
I'll answer that one quickly. Some of the positions that have been hard to fill, that have either been within the 12 months or more than 12, have been positions that are certified. So for example, our associate civil engineer requires a professional engineering certificate. It's been challenging finding qualified applicants with that PE requirement. That is one of our recruitments that has been open for a year or longer, so associate civil engineer. The building inspector, also given our small size, the building inspector in some larger agencies might be responsible for like plumbing, mechanical, electrical, very specific areas or studies. Small staffing levels here require a building inspector to cover all four. There's four aspects, would be required to cover all four, which is also a 12-month plus recruitment we've been working on. Capital Improvement Program Manager, some of the efforts that we put forward earlier last year, it included the environmental program component. We worked with the Public Works Director, removed the environmental component, and focused just on the Capital Improvement Project Manager piece. And hopefully we'll have some updates on that soon. That was 12 months, not longer. It was filled prior to, I think, March of last year. Yeah, so just over a year. Yeah, so then our law enforcement positions, our police officer, that is a continuous recruitment, open till filled. Unfortunately, we'll have candidates going through background. They won't pass the background. They might not pass poly. Sometimes the police academy is where we run into challenges, where we won't have individuals passing the academy. So we do our best to do large recruitments, eligibility lists, extend eligibility lists, do whatever we can to hopefully when someone fails the pre-employment services, we have a good eligibility list for our police department to move on to, or, you know, the next candidate. We've been successful with I'm mixing up 2025 and 2026 recruitments. So, associate civil engineer. I think that covered it. Yeah, I think that covers it. We can also follow up, and if there was anything we missed, make sure we touch base on that.
Thank you. So, yes, yeah. So what I heard is sometimes certification, which requires a time on the part of the candidate before they can actually successfully apply, let alone get to the point of being interviewed. Multiple functions in addition to a specialty, such as what a building inspector might require. And then, again, multiple functions or multiple program areas that we have, or that the city has attempted to recruit for, but perhaps there isn't a candidate that covers both, and you've had to narrow the functions, such as the one for capital improvement that you requested. Yeah. So would you say that other neighboring cities experience comparable challenges to recruitment? Yeah. And if we can hear you in the mic, please.
Associate civil engineer, the building inspector, capital improvement tends to be a recruitment that you see coming up throughout not just our West County neighbors, but throughout Contra Costa and the Greater Bay.
Okay, and would you say that our candidates are competing, it's a competitive area to obtain candidates that will meet the requirements that the city has for their specific positions, as well as to be in the city, given the salary ranges that we have? And does that pose a problem? Do we lose candidates, or do you ever find out if we lose candidates that got to the point of being interviewed but ended up in a different city, neighboring city?
Yes, we've extended conditional offers to individuals in an associate civil engineer position. We've looked closely at the building inspector, and I don't know that we've extended one to a capital improvement program manager, other than kind of where we're currently at, hopefully sharing good news soon. But it's just been difficult with all the certifications, and because we're competing with other agencies, candidates have a choice to either, come with us with our retiree medical or go to some other benefit that another agency is offering. So sometimes they're candid and share information with us. It's not very common. We try without being direct, but we are competing with other agencies. The last individual I spoke to who didn't elaborate shared with me that he was considering our offer at another agency, and that's just what he was considering at the time. So with these positions being available throughout the county and the state, these qualified candidates really have a selection of their choice.
I appreciate your responses. Thank you very much, and thank you for presenting the report.
Thank you for the questions. Let's go ahead and move to public comment.
Thank you. We have 3, Irma Report, Rafael Menes, and Allison Carrillo.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. My questions to HR, Mayor, through you, is what does an 80 work schedule mean? Should I follow up my questions and then they'll answer?
What we would do is ask you to ask all the questions for the record.
Okay.
And then we'll turn to the city manager to see if
yeah,
there's
it doesn't have a page number, but it does says we offer 980 work schedule and hybrid remote options. I believe the hybrid remote options should no longer be available because of the pandemic. It's over. So we need to bring our employees back to the office. The other thing that I think that needs to happen is I do agree that with all the employees that we have, we appreciate what they do and everything else. But in my opinion, we need a little bit better service in the city. And my next thing is, why is PCTV under community services on your chart? It should be, supposedly, PCTV went to the city manager's office. So this is an old chart that you got. The next thing, since the vacancy information that has been given us tonight, according to, we have 6 positions open, freeze them. According to where we're going right now, freeze all positions except police. Because this is not gonna, public's not gonna buy this one. And the other thing that happened is, I do have another question. Last year, the city manager created a position, communications director under the city manager. The office of the assistant manager of $122,000 got the job. They opened the job. Was it vetted? Was it open for other people to apply? They created the job and gave it to the office of the assistant city manager, raised her salary to $173,000, the salary, not just the benefits. Communications director. My question is, was it vetted properly and open? And if not, it has to be reviewed again. Thank you, Mayor. May I have some answers?
Yes, we'll turn to the city manager to try to facilitate some of the questions. There were a lot of questions that came out of that. We might need to get back to you, but if you could field some of those.
Yes, sir, through the mayor. And thank you to the speaker. 980 work schedule is nine days over the course of a 10-day work period, but condensing the hours, 80 hours, into that schedule. And the hybrid remote, it's one of those enticements to try and either retain or attract employees. As the questioning with Councilmember Martinez-Rubin were going on, that is such a challenge that I've seen in my last 15 years as a city manager or assistant city manager, to try and attract and keep, whether it's an engineer or other positions, is very, very challenging and difficult, including even bonuses. Certain cities are throwing out $50,000 bonuses for certain positions or even higher. So that is sometimes it's an enticement, but I also hear exactly what you're saying. We want people here. We are a service industry for this community. So it is a balance. There are certain positions where maybe you can have a person take that one day off every 2 weeks, but you have to make sure there's somebody else there. You always have to have somebody on staff so that way we can meet the needs of the community. As far as freezing positions, that is certainly something that we would work with the council as appropriate as we go through this budget cycle and address other issues within the civil grand jury report. And then I'll stop there with the answers.
So those are questions that I think we'll have staff respond back to you.
And I hope you put them on the pulse so people can understand what's going on in the city. You just don't create a job and
So thank you, Speaker. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Yes, Rafael Menes.
Good evening, and let's see, is the slide properly? Yes, good. So, first off, it looks like ASPE Local 512, which has some of the positions you've been having more difficulty recruiting for, if I understand correctly, the inspector position and Assistant Director of Public Works, I think, has 3 vacancies, so about a 14.29% vacancy rate. If those were frozen, what impact would that have on the city's ability to implement the capital improvement plan and to implement the desired by council and the community as a whole's goal of increased roadway development? Because I know that, for example, having inspectors and engineers is, important to be able to carry out some of those works. Secondly, with regards to modified hybrid/remote employment, I think that full-time remote obviously isn't practicable, but I do think that, say, if an employee has maybe 1 or 2 days in a 14-day cycle that they're remote, I think that would be a good way to attract some employees that we might not be otherwise able to. That would help the planet because we're not dealing with commute costs, and some of our employees are commuting from the Sierra Nevadas out to Pinole because of California's messed up housing market. And so being able to work remotely involves significant climate gains as well, and it's not an additional cost in the way that several of these other incentives are. Finally, with regards to the retention statistics, in the unfortunate event that an employee dies, how is that categorized here? Is it an involuntary separation or retirement or some other category? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please. Were there any questions that we could field? I think the employee freezing impact.
Through the mayor, that's exactly why we would work with the council on specific instances with freezing, because there are certain positions that need to accomplish the goals of the council.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. I was not intending to speak to this item, but I can be as candid as I want in terms of hiring. I'm a capital improvement program manager for another city. I live in Pinole, and I've made it a rule that I will not work for the city I live in, so I can be as candid as I like. I will speak to what I look at when I choose the positions that I apply for, because half of it is getting people to apply, and they will self-select out. So the things I look at the salary, I look at the benefits, but I also look at the financial reports. I watch the city meetings to see how well people work together. I watch the community to see how they interact. I want to see strategic goals. I want to see people who are working together, trying to build trust together in all ways. I look at what kind of budget do I have? And I look at what kind of project priorities the council has expressed versus the ones that staff are recommending. All of these are things that are also spoken to in the civil grand jury report. But even before that came out, when I saw the openings, I looked at those. Even though I wasn't planning to apply, people who are engineers, capital improvement program managers, directors, they keep an eye out and they pay attention around to the cities around them. And so the behavior of the city managers, the city council members, and residents in general go a long way to making a welcome environment for staff that are coming in to share their expertise and their ability to lead and communicate. And I just want to bring that up because I can be as candid as I want, because I will not be applying in a city I live in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Looks like we have Debbie Long.
Again, thank you. I just had some questions, I think, from HR. Do you groom your employees so that they have the opportunity to advance within? Because it sounds like often you're just going out looking for new department heads. And I think that maybe we may be missing an opportunity with our own employees. I've seen a lot of them on the roles that have been here practically forever in the same spot. However, there are others that have advanced. So I just think that there should be a specific policy so as no one is overlooked because they're too quiet or they haven't given opportunities. And do we now have an assistant city manager? I wasn't clear on that. I wasn't clear if there was one now or not. Okay, a different department head. Do we have written policy for recruiting department heads? Actual written policy, all the things that we want to look for when we're recruiting those people, because they're not covered by a union. It's all of you who look at them. And do we have an ethics clause in any of those contracts? And specifically, if we don't, we should. And if we do, I'd like to know what it is. And lastly, can we have all answers submitted publicly? Because we've all asked questions here, and I'm sure we're all interested in those answers. So not just having a memo to me that would answer my questions, but perhaps just bringing back those answers on the next consent calendar or something where we could all see them and have a look at them. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I know there was a few questions there. City Manager, if you want to try to field a couple of those.
Certainly from a grooming standpoint, certainly in my experience, the cities actively try and groom internally. You have a base knowledge that you want to grow and develop, and those opportunities are always afforded or given special consideration to employees. I know Stacy, just looking at some of the employee engagement programs here, is really trying to develop that mentorship, leadership, and other types of development within Pinole. I'm trying to think, there was a third, certainly from the memo perspective, we'll put that together and we can post it online, as well as I can either do it in city manager comments or something like that. I'm looking at Stacy, did I miss something? Because I know the city manager can hire department heads that through the municipal code at the discretion, but there is a process we follow.
Yeah, well, I did want to address assistant city manager. We do not currently have an assistant city manager. For recruiting department heads, we do generally follow our same personnel rules that we follow for a majority of our vacancies. However, it is correct, and they are unrepresented positions, and they are technically excluded from the competitive process. So we do have the ability to make appointments outside of a competitive selection process. However, a majority of those department heads, since I've been here, have been made through a competitive process. And we do have an ethics clause that we can certainly make available. And I think that answers it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so bringing it back to council, city attorney, I noticed I have to ask this question procedurally, the opening of the public hearing. So we would open the public hearing and call for any public comment, or how does that?
So through the chair, so I think we just had public comment. So the public hearing was open. We took public comment. We now close the public hearing.
Okay.
And then bring it back to council for discussion and a vote.
Great. Okay. So we would close the public hearing and then bring it back to council. Any comments, questions from council? Okay, can I get a motion to?
Move to accept the report as presented and looking forward to the responses per the public comment questions that were asked. So everyone is at least that much more informed about a number of different things pertinent or related to the report that was presented. Thank you.
That includes adopting the resolution.
And that's for the next item. Is the action required simply receiving the report?
That's what it says in the staff report, but there is an attachment A, there's a resolution.
Okay, so yes, including accepting the resolution as presented. Thank you.
And I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, second by Toms. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Noting that Mayor Pro Tem Murphy is absent, Mayor Tave?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, we'll move to item 10B, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight's second public hearing is receiving the engineer's report containing an annual assessment for the Pinole Valley Road Landscape and Lighting Assessment District for fiscal year 26-27 and ordering a July 21st public hearing to approve and levy the assessments. Heba El-Gindi, our Public Works Director, is here with the presentation. Thank you for coming up to the table, Heba.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, good evening. Heba El-Gindi, Public Works Director. I will provide a brief presentation on the assessment report for the Pinole Valley Road Landscape and Lighting Assessment District. Although not required, it is a public hearing to provide an additional opportunity for the community to voice their opinions and any objections that they may have. Next slide, please. The assessment district was first established in July of 2008 with the district covering the area along Pinole Valley Road, commercial developments between Henry Avenue and to the north of Ramona Street. Zone A is located to the north of I-80, while Zone B is located to the south of I-80. The assessment covers the traffic signals, street lights, landscaping, and associated irrigation, the utilities costs, the administration and legal fees, the graffiti removal, and weed abatement. Next slide, please. This shows the area for Zone A of the assessment district, which includes 8 parcels. The overall landscaping area is about 17,000 square feet. We have 10 streetlight poles and 14 actual luminaires, 2.5 traffic signals, and the linear footage of the litter abatement is also shown on both sides of the street. Next slide, please. This is Zone B to the south of the freeway, which has 10 parcels, 12 streetlight poles, and 20 streetlights heads. We have 1.5 signals contained within the assessment district, in addition to the area of landscaping and weed abatement. Next slide, please. This is a summary of the assessments contained in the assessment report, which is part of the agenda packet. We apply either 2% or the annual CPI for the month of April, whichever is higher. In this case, the increase was with the utilization of the CPI 3.8%, which increased last year's assessment rate from to $588.87 per assessment unit within Zone A. That's an increase of $21.55 from last year. Within Zone B, the increase amounted to $640.67 per assessment unit. That's an increase of $23.45 from last year. The total amount for the assessments for the overall district, Zone A and B, will amount to $63,059.41. That's an increase of about $3,000 from last year. Currently, the estimated balance by the end of this fiscal year is about $127,000. That's why we're planning, in addition to the regular maintenance activities, we're also planning capital improvements within the district. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the public hearing was not required, but pursued to allow for the community's input with the staff recommendation for the City Council to order the assessment report and to receive the assessment report and to set a public hearing on July 21st for the Council's approval of the assessments and to order their levy. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you, Director. So we'll bring it back to Council for questions. No questions.
I have one.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. I have one question. Thank you for your report. I am looking at the slide that reads Assessment Summary of Fiscal Year 26-27. And very rough counting here on my part, because I know there's detailed information in this staff report. I'm looking at the column that reads proposes a assessment rate per assessment unit in each zone, and then the maximum assessment rate. And just looking at the increase from last year to this year that's being proposed, I'm thinking that in Zone A, it'll be about 3 years approximately when we reach that cap of $699, and about 1 year when in Zone B. So the services will remain the same in that 1 year to 3 year period. Afterward, once this district reaches, each of the assessments reach their cap, will the city be continuing the services at that level without reassessing and or proposing that the district continue? I think another way of asking the question is, does this district cease to exist as is? Do we have to go through does the city have to go through the process of creating a district again, a lighting district again?
If I may share with you, and I don't know if the council would recall from the presentation on this item back in September of last year, I identified some of the concerns about calculations and the need to revamp the assessment. Unfortunately, there wasn't sufficient time to conduct the appropriate community consultation process and reset the analysis based on the facilities within the assessment district. So this is something that we're planning to do in this coming fiscal year. It's important to complete and approve the assessment rates before August 10th to pass on the information to the county. To levy the assessments along with the property taxes. However, we're planning in future months to retain a consultant and allow multiple opportunities for the community to participate in the process of redeveloping the structure of the assessment.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Sasai. Any questions?
Questions? Thank you.
Okay, so we'll open the public hearing and take public comment.
There are no public comments. Thank you.
Closing public hearing, bringing it back to council for a motion.
I'll move we adopt the resolution that's attached in our packet.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Toms, second by Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Noting for the record, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy is absent. Mayor Tave?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll be moving to item 11, old business. Item 11A, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight's first item of old business is the revised proposed fiscal year 26-27 operating and capital budget. I want to thank the City Council and Finance Subcommittee for their leadership and guidance to see this item get very close to a balanced budget within the anticipated adoption in 2 weeks from now. I want to thank the management staff for very hard and difficult recommendations to reach a more balanced budget than in years past. Nobody wants to implement cuts to training opportunities, programs, or projects, but unfortunately that's the situation we're in. Ultimately, it comes down to must-haves, should-haves, nice-to-have. Must-haves are public safety, roads, accessible sidewalks, emergency preparedness. Should-haves and nice-to-haves blend together at times, such as landscape parks, senior programs, events, employee training, consultant studies, and the like. There are 2 items as I walk through this presentation that staff is recommending that we shift a bit from subsidy mode to living within their budgets. They are from the storm drain category and PCTV. It is not an elimination of either, but it's a living within their means, which in the case of storm drains is approximately $240,000 a year, and with PCTV it's $200,000 a year. So even after cuts recommended tonight, there still are looming challenges with ongoing CalPERS costs, which is retirement, and retiree medical costs. Those will not go away, and they're only going to keep growing. And so that it will be an ongoing challenge for everyone in this room. Finalizing the annexation discussions with Confire will also have a huge budgetary impact for the benefit of Pinole. That is something that we are working on and we'll discuss in the presentation. Markeisha Guillory, your finance director, isn't available right at this time, so I will be walking you through this detailed budget review and Yellow Brick Road. As I mentioned earlier, we are in a much better position when compared to March. Any program enhancements or cuts reduced will mean a larger Yellow Brick Road to address by the 16th, and ultimately in the response to the civil grand jury. So with that, I want to thank the staff for bringing up the presentation. And we'll go to the next slide, please. So staff's recommendation at the end here will be that the City Council review the revised proposed operating capital budget and provide direction for any changes that you would like to see within 2 weeks for our final proposed version or adopted budget. Next slide, please. So what you have here are the general fund revised revenues laid out. And so in the columns, you have fiscal year 25-26, our adopted budget. We have next year's proposed budget, and then that was really in March. And then 26-27, if there are any reductions, is the next column. And obviously then any impacts and additional changes as we've gone through between 25-26 to 26-27. You can see the percentage change. Those are usually done, and in this case are done with trend analysis. So property taxes have gone up roughly about 1% when we also have consultants that specialize in sales tax and property taxes such as HDL, and they give recommendations for staff to use those. Overall, we're seeing a dip in the revenue, but that's tied to that last row. Before there's a transfer in of the Section 115 trust, that is not being proposed for the general fund except to cover, which you'll see later, the UAL for Pinole Fire retirees. That is an acceptable use, and it would be only interest earnings. It will not touch the principal whatsoever. Next slide, please. Going forward now to the flip side, if you will, the expenditure side, you can see the same columns, and you can see where we've proposed, over $1.5 million worth of reductions in various departments and line items. And I will show in future slides how we get there with the next slide. I'm jumping ahead. Here it is. So how did we figure out the $4.2 million deficit that we had in March, and how are we proposing to the council as a way of balancing it, and what we've talked with the finance subcommittee? So there are departmental reductions of $1.58 roughly million. The fire department annexation, the parcel revenue, there are a handful of tax rate areas that should be either paying for Pinole Fire or be a credit for the cost of the contract. I want to thank Councilmember Toms for enlightening me of the several tax rate areas outside of the city of Pinole, which Pinole Fire is taking care of. So that total is about $1.1 million, just under that. There is also, as I mentioned, the 115 trust using the interest earnings just for Pinole Fire retirees. And again, that is $619,000. The goal would be, as with the fire department annexation versus contract, the contract is growing at a much faster rate than property tax would. We're seeing about an 8% growth with the contract versus what would be, in essence, a 1% to 2% growth in property tax. That is something that has been included in future budgetary modeling. And so when you capture or take that out of that model, it is an inherent savings for Pinole and helps with the future costs. There's also, right now, we are proposing that a cost of living is not implemented this coming fiscal year. That's about a $490,000 impact. And then the reduction of PCTV to its revenues, which is $200,000, because right now it's $680,000. That would help balance the budget as well, or bring us within $50,000. Within the departmental reductions are some of those elements for the storm drain that I talked about. So with the next slide, wanted to quickly look at some of the different reserve balances. Pinole does have, and it's been pointed out both by the council and the community tonight, the 115 Trust is a wonderful asset for Pinole. Many cities would be very envious of you to have that kind of asset in a trust. But as the council has been very clear to me in our discussions, you don't want to see that go down. It has to be preserved because it really is for a rainy day, and it isn't raining yet. So we have to be thoughtful in the cuts for Pinole to make sure we balance the budget and not utilize funds that are one time. Next slide, please. So when we looked at the city council, this was a topic at a meeting previously. The 6% reduction, which is the target that both the council asked to look at, 3, 6, 10 reductions. And during the finance subcommittee, the mayor said, you know what, go for 6. Let's see what impact that does. I think that really can get us close to balancing, and that's what we did over the last 2 weeks. And so a 6% reduction to city council budget would only be $16,000. The council took a very aggressive stand and eliminated $60,000 from the travel and training. And so you will notice most of the departments will go a little bit above the 6% as well to try and make sure we can hit that number. Because we have certain departments that it's very hard to do that, especially public safety. And so that's why a few other, most of the departments went above and beyond to try and balance that out. The next slide is the city clerk. And sorry, Heather, but they don't have much room to cut. They did a great job with 45,000. The goal was 50. It really, I'm not sure what else she can, I don't think she can get paper clips or paper this year. So everything will be digital for her. But what you can see is, looking at different travel, training, dues memberships, and other professional services cut to the bare bone as much as possible. And that's what's being proposed by the city clerk's office. Next slide, please. City manager. The great thing about being interim city manager is I can look ahead and say, well, I don't think the next city manager is going to need this. So the next city manager will get to appreciate $32,000 worth of cuts that, frankly, I think that fit well within that budget. And because the total expenditure is $533, there's some room if they need some professional services. Next slide, please. City attorney. We worked with the city attorney, and I really appreciate all of the city attorney's help. Hitting that target of 6%, that is not easy, obviously, year to year for outside counsel because they are very busy here. But city attorney's office hit it. Next slide, please. Finance department. Again, this is there are a couple administrative departments that are very bare bones for a city this side or an administrative office. And this is something that in finance, again, was cutting software, dues and memberships, pretty much taking out any kind of travel training, any kind of mailings. And that was the most they could do without getting into personnel. And our goal was to try and avoid that whenever possible. So that was $17,795 by finance. HR, Stacy did an amazing job with her team in that we identified $60,000 for the 6%, and she actually found some more that we can trim, $81,000 in this case. But there is something that I was very impressed with in my time here in the first week of May. There's a lot of employee engagement programs done by HR. Great to try and improve the morale. Those are going to be scaled back. And you'll see a lot of that throughout some of these budgets. You're scaling back to try and meet the needs so that way we don't have to talk about personnel losses as much as when, frankly, you have a $4 million deficit. Usually that's what you're talking about. So next slide is beyond human resources. Next slide. Police department. And I really want to thank the chief for being very aggressive looking at vacancy savings. That's just the normal process of filling positions. That isn't something that she's freezing at all. But given a public safety department, you have natural turnover, whether that's retirements or transfers, the like. It takes 12 months to have a recruit go through the academy. So you naturally have some vacancy built in. We looked at the last 5 years, and that averaged about 600,000. So we actually moved it down to be a little conservative, but it's 500,000. And then the chief, we gave her the option of either a sergeant or a police officer. She said she has a vacancy in both, and she would select the one with the least impact to the community. We have the sergeant identified, but it may end up being a police officer just given the way she can manage the staffing. So that's 674. So that was a tremendous help in balancing this budget. Next slide, please. And I'll be happy to answer any questions if you all have them as I go along too.
Just to back on that slide, well, maybe we'll save them
Okay.
to the end. That way somebody might ask the question.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir. Public Works. And this Public Works did a yeoman's job. You might only see 80,700 here, but a lot of their like storm drain were built in and pulled out. And so some of those impacts in that, what you see, that 2.2 million is either being delayed or reapplied within other departments. There's also additional savings that I want to thank the director for realizing, whether staff can be tied to project costs or other types of grant-funded priorities. And so that will be evaluated and implemented over the next month or two when we make sure we have all the comments by the council and implemented. But that will be occurring over the next 30 to 60 days. Next slide, please. All right, so the recreation fund. The city does have some departments, if you will, that also have a fund that is separate from just the general fund, or Measure S, and Measure I. And in this case, the Recreation Department has revenue and expenditures. And we worked with staff and trimmed about $212,000 from what was in the original budget for next year. And really do appreciate, because in a lot of ways, recreation, and you'll see planning next, they ultimately receive subsidies from the general fund to balance out. You'll see that in the civil grand jury report and in the Baker-Tilly report. They talk about that. So next slide, please. So looking also at the recreation fund in the same format that we've been looking at, and this is one that we are looking for direction from the council or comments from the council. You have some substantial items that the community may be looking forward to or expect, and that is events like the car show, Pride Juneteenth, some movies and concerts in the park. Those would be reduced by $60,000. There's still some money left in there, but it's not a lot. And so, for example, the car show later on this month is a $30,000 commitment from the city to help pull that off. The K-rails and all of the different staffing that's involved.
Can I ask a quick question since you brought that up?
Yeah.
That's based on last year's budget,
Correct.
right? So we're talking about next year's.
Correct.
Show, right?
So there is money for this year and through June 30th, but next year's car show.
Understood. Okay.
And what I've also asked staff is, as we're doing Pride Juneteenth and other events, to really detail all the true costs so we know those and can share those with the finance subcommittee as appropriate.
Thank you.
Senior lunch program. This is a reduction. Originally, I guess in the last 2 years, we went from 3 days a week to 4. This would be reducing that 4th day back down to 3. It's about $15,000. But it's, again, I think I mentioned earlier, the least worst. That's when you go through some of these cuts, you're really, unfortunately, having to look at some of these. Equipment maintenance, looking at some of the delayed maintenance obligations, travel and training cuts. And we are realizing half a year of library closure while it's under construction. So that does help. So overall, $224,000 reduction on the recreation side. Next slide, please. Another fund is the Building and Planning Fund. And again, similar to recreation, staff looked at ways to cut, but I will give a lot of credit to the Community Development Department. There are a lot of grants. And so some of these numbers look pretty large, but that's because they have a lot of grant funding coming in. Next slide, please. So looking at this from a planning division, the goal was $56,000, and community development has identified almost $85,000. Summer intern, greenhouse GHG inventory, which is a suggestion but not a requirement for next year. There's some housing element communications that we typically would do, but we're going to hold off on those or try and do them electronically. Travel and training, dues and memberships. And there's certain memberships that planning has that we want to make sure they keep, the AICP designation. So those are in there. And a little bit of overtime cut as well. Next slide, please. Another item that jumped out is economic development. It has a substantial amount of revenue that has gone in spurts in spending over the last 5 years. And so we're recommending for next year to put those off, have the new city manager and staff focus on economic development themselves and not bring in a consultant, which is really what was done in previous years. That also includes some weed abatement reduction, but not a complete reduction in weed abatement. Next slide, please. IT, here's another department that, an amazing crew that, does not have much room to cut, and with all the challenges, as somebody who went through a ransomware incident in a different community, all the funding you can fund towards IT, I recommend. So they did on the next slide, we will see, they really did look at how to do as much as they could, but not compromise the city's information systems team. And so that's where you see 82,000 out of 86 possible. Probably one of the bigger impacts is digitizing records. They will delay that as they have time to do it, whereas bringing somebody else to do it. Next slide, please. PCTV. And here's one that's been identified in the civil grand jury letter. And really, it's an enterprise fund, and enterprise funds, you try and be self-sufficient within government. They generate about $200,000 a year in revenue, but their expenses are closer to $680,000. That has grown 75% in the last 6 years. So there's been a tremendous growth that is hard to keep pace, certainly, within the budget. And so what we are proposing is matching that $200,000 and still keeping PCT programming as available or as possible that everyone enjoys. And this was not an easy one. I've heard this from many members in the community and council, how important and how valuable everyone looks at PCTV. Next slide, please. And if it was just the 6%, it was going to be a $35,000 reduction. But again, we're stepping it up in a different slide to increase that reduction to make it a true enterprise fund. Next slide, please. Yellow Brick Road. I hope that's not the only thing I'm known for bringing to the wonderful community of Pinole. But the Yellow Brick Road is something that I've seen in other communities that gives a very simple way to look on how revenues and expenditures impact future forecasts. And what we identified working with staff were the revenue sources, and that's $29 million for the general fund. That has not changed from really March, if you will, or a little bit before then to today. But when you flip the page or the next slide, the expenditure side, you see that we have either 33 million when we started in March, but it's gone up about 200 as we refine some of the numbers. How do you address that shortfall? And in the next slide, you'll see the Yellow Brick Road sort of condensing down. So you have a $4.2 million deficit. That is the third column for those of us who can't see that far but have it in front of us. And so you see the cuts that happened. That's the 2027 F or, future fiscal year. 1.58 million in reductions in staff department cuts, 1.066 million in fire annexation, a 3% cost of living wage increase not implemented, a PCTV reduction to match the revenue that it already has. That would leave a yellow brick of 49,000. So obviously we're looking for comments, directions by the council if you want to reestablish anything that'll add to that yellow brick. If you want to encourage or other types of cuts, that'll reduce it. And you look out, and Markeisha did a wonderful job of actually looking out ahead, and you can see there aren't bricks right now if we hold those numbers. And so there will be discussion, preferably in February, March, so you have plenty of time next year, what happens with COLAs? And then you plug those in. What happens if there are certain CIPs that require general fund? You plug those in. But this gives the council and the community a nice way to look at, all right, are we adding or subtracting? Or in July or August, if you have your strategic meeting with the new city manager, whomever that may be, that would be great time, because then you also look at, all right, we know we want to accomplish this. Well, it might add a little bit to the Yellow Brick Road, but staff figure it out by the time we get back here in January, so we're balanced again. Next slide, please. Really touching on a couple other funds. Sewer Enterprise Fund is in great shape, has a lot of projects underway and really moving forward, and a really good crew down there. Next slide. Revised all funds, when you add all of this in, when you look at the revenue side, With this slide and the next slide, you'll see a total of about $71 million in revenue. So you've got a $71 million business that you all are in charge of and providing direction to. And I think, I believe Councilmember Martinez-Rubin talked about the financing course through the Cal Cities. I always find this interesting meeting with new council members because they think, ooh, $71 million, we can do so many things. And then you quickly go, well, it's not really $71 million because they're committed to other things. But again, this is a very big, experienced organization that is doing great things here. Next slide. Next slide again, sorry. So next steps. Staff is asking that we receive recommendations from the City Council incorporating the cuts and recommendations here, or if you want to change them in any way, and we will bring them back in 2 weeks with a budget that can be adopted by the council and implemented July 1. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to make a couple clarifications. As of right now, the budget has been optimized to a 6% reduction. We're going from a $4.2 million deficit to a $50,000 deficit. So the yellow brick road is now 1 brick.
Yes, sir.
$50K. That optimization came with a lot of sacrifice from our staff. Services were, one of the priorities was to make sure that services kept as high as possible without a reduction in staffing. And City Manager, can you confirm that through your work, Finance Subcommittee, staff, council members, we're at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'd like to bring that, the questions from council, because I know that we had a lot of work done by really each council member along this way to get to this point where our budget is optimized and it is functioning to a point where we'll be entering into a balanced budget coming July, and then moving forward from there. So if we could, let's bring it back to council for any questions. Look to Councilmember Toms, go ahead.
Sure. A question on carryover from the current fiscal year. For instance, there's a number of items that are budgeted but will not be spent. Does this take into account any of the potential carryover?
I'll have to add the caveat, it may depend. Depending on certain projects where they are in process, sometimes that's where the finance director may carry it over. Generally, my experience has been you try and stop and start over the reallocation as appropriate. But there may be certain projects that are so close to being finished you'd want to carry it over.
I'm thinking of, some items. For instance, I think the three of us up here have not exhausted our travel budget for the current fiscal year. So, and we probably won't. Mm-hmm. So is that something that can be carried over? I know it's one time. It's not the ultimate pattern that we want to have. It's just, putting a Band-Aid on every fiscal year, but it's something to, think about.
If I could, through the mayor, that is a very creative way to try and address what really is some funding for next year for those activities, but yet still maintaining that, the 50,000, the brick isn't growing.
Okay. Councilmember Thomas? Okay. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this overview, Interim City Manager Evans. With the general reserve fund that appears there as 7.8 million, is that general reserve that part of the general fund that allows for operations in the city for, at this point, 3, if there were no revenues whatsoever, additional coming in?
Correct, that general fund reserve, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Under public works on that slide, I'm seeing a reduction in equipment maintenance and building maintenance. And okay, let me try to phrase it as a question.
That's a question, thank you.
Right. Thank you for the reminder. Okay. does not including these amounts for maintenance potentially cause increases in maintenance next year?
Excellent question. When we were going multiple rounds with each department, we looked at 5-year spending patterns. And certain funds within departments were carried over year after year, but maybe not spent all the time. And so in that case, we sort of had a sub-conversation, if you will, and I asked the Public Works Manager, what do you anticipate next year? Because I see a larger number than trend, but I'm not about to handcuff, take you out if we cut it just to the trend. And he went through, and that's how we identified that particular topic. So he feels that is sufficient to cover what he's expected to maintain for next year. So it actually won't be prolonging. There's nothing that he felt was going to be at risk by doing that.
At risk and therefore costlier next year.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. On the slide related to community development, code enforcement, and economic development, the question is this. At some point in the past 7 years now, there was a program that the city had to purchase, correct me, someone who remembers better, Giphy cards.
Pinole Perks.
Thank you. That is the program name. Yes, that's easier to remember. Goodness. Okay. Do we still have that in place, that Pinole Perks program? And that's part one of my questions.
All right. Yes, I have heard that there are cards still in existing or that program, and as well as cards.
Okay then. Has the Pinole Perks program therefore been reduced for next year, given incomplete use as is?
Yes, ma'am.
As was funded.
To match that.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions so far, and then I have a suggestion for some possible micro addition, but probably would help with that.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is try to get as many questions out to staff, get some answers back, that we have engagement with the public, and then coming back to council for some direction. Councilmember Sasai, do you have any questions for staff?
Yes, first just want to thank Interim City Manager Evans, all the staff that worked on this revised proposed budget, as well as the mayor and the treasurer via the finance subcommittee for putting a budget here that we can all really just look to at the dais and not have to go back and ask for more details. I think it's all here and as complete as can be. My first question here is around one of the big ticket items, which is obviously the 0% COLA, which is around $490,000 here. I just want to confirm with staff that this is something that applies to every single employee in Pinole, and it's applied equally?
Our recommendation to the council, obviously we don't unilaterally get to do anything like this, would be that it would be applicable to all.
Thank you. I want to go next to the recreation department and just sort of go line by line here just to really understand the impacts of these reductions. So the first one I want to go over here, give me 1 second, is the reduction in senior lunch program. And could you go just a little bit more detail in terms of what those reductions are and how that can be felt by the community?
And I'll look at the director to correct me if I veer off too far here. But the senior lunch program is run 4 days a week and for eligible seniors. And that is just being pulled back down to 3 days a week. And she's nodding at me.
Okay, thank you. And the city-sponsored events, when it says reductions, right? Are they all eliminated completely? are they reduced to the point where then you would have to do one-to-one match or have another nonprofit entity host it instead, and then we contribute some, or how does this all work here? Because I'm seeing things like tree lighting reduce, but does that mean that we're eliminating the tree lighting event? So just want to get more clarification on all these different events here.
Yeah, the Community Services Director is going to come in and save me here.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Andrea Dwyer, Community Services Director. So the way it is listed is we did our best to showcase the events that we currently have and then opportunities for savings. So the reason that the car show would be on there is it is a $30,000 cost. It's one of our heavier lifts for events that we don't receive any revenue on. So when we looked at that event, we also looked at our Pride and Juneteenth event, which would be a $10,000 cost. And we also looked at, for example, something like the egg hunt is not listed due to attendance versus our costs. So we try to weigh that along with balancing areas of service. So it is correct when you showed those events such as our tree lighting, which is a very popular event, when we put there the reduction of, that would be going from a $10,000 event to a $5,000. So it would be a significantly reduced event. So you may not see the Grinch this year, but you might see still arts and crafts, or we'll have to really look at dollars to see how we could scale it back. There may not be a face painter, but we still may have a bubble person show up. So just looking at ways to reduce them while still providing the event itself.
Thank you. So just to be clear, these events are listed here minus the tree lighting event. Those are completely eliminated in this budget, this proposed budget.
So the dollar amounts, the way that they are provided is if it's a 60, those were opportunities for the reduction at the 6%. So we did find other dollars that could also subsidize. So for example, interim city manager Evans was able to find additional dollars throughout the budget. So we did our best to identify the largest ones that would affect the budget. So you'll see here, it wouldn't be fully eliminating, it would be reducing it. So reducing the cost of specifically the tree lighting. So we put reduce there rather than elimination, because we would still offer that event. It would just be a reduction of the services provided that day.
Gotcha. And I also want to confirm too with the city sponsored events, when we talk about reducing some of these events here, really the large events where we have to have road closures on major roads, we're also saving money in different departments, right? Because we don't just have recreation staff out there. We also have our police officers working there. We also have our public works staff members there. Just want to confirm that these reductions, will those also save money in other departments as well?
The way that you see the budget tonight, these dollar amounts are for the expenditures that are within the Community Services Department. So if the other departments had a line item for those events, such as car show or tree lighting, then, or let's not use tree lighting, let's use the car show. If that were to be eliminated, or Pride and Juneteenth, if they had those and those were eliminated, then they would be able to save on the costs of those. But the car show is a little different, as we bear the burden of that cost of $30,000. So staffing and expenditures are within our budget. The other ones are spread amongst different departments. But you are correct, they are savings not just for community services, but also for other departments if there's a line item that exists.
Thank you for the clarification. And so just before I forget it in my notes here, it goes away in my head. But if it's not already reflected in the budget, if staff can also reflect those reductions and savings in other departments as well as it relates to staff contributions to these city-sponsored events here. And then for the newsletter guide, does that mean that it's reductions in all print work or elimination of all print work? That, I mean, we have mailers that get sent out to residents here. How large is that reduction?
So the intention behind the dollars for an activity guide was to increase our marketing efforts for community services programs, so camps, programs, classes, and things like that. And then we also do a senior newsletter that's operated. Those both would be strictly through community services. The ones that maybe might be referring to, we do mailers through community services as well. So it would be the elimination with the activity guide, the newsletter. We would really have to look at, because our senior center really appreciates those newsletters. But if we had to give dollars for programs, that's really what we would be able to provide. There's other print media that comes out through the communications department, and they have the budget for those. This is specifically just through community services.
Got it. And then the last item here on the proposed reductions, apologize if I missed this during the presentation, but obviously library closure for half the fiscal year, big ticket item, also italicized. This has to do with the renovations that have to happen during the library renovations for, is it HVAC and roof?
You are correct. That is just during the renovation, yes.
It's already going to happen. Wonderful. And then so that's all my questions for recreation. Thank you so much, Director, for that. The last one I want to ask about is PCTV. And if we can go to, I think it was the last slide on PCTV. I think we kind of like went through that one pretty fast there. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. So just reading the staff report here, there's reductions in part-time staff. Would love to know, and just for the public, how many part-time staff do we have under PCTV? And with these reductions, how many of those part-time staff members will no longer be funded? And how can not just residents, but our full-time employees under PCTV feel those cuts in terms of less capacity to do the work?
Great question. I believe there are 3 part-time or approximately 3 part-time individuals who are doing a wonderful job helping provide additional coverage for the staff right now. And if the council were to direct us to make the enterprise fund self-sufficient, we would then go back and look at the scaling or the model for that enterprise fund. We didn't want to go through that exercise completely without knowing if the council was open to this or not.
Okay, and then the last part of my question is how will the full-time employees under PCTV feel the lack of capacity or reduced capacity to their work based off of just having less part-time staff there to help in terms of just day-to-day?
I'm sure they would appreciate having more of the part-time staff than not. In a lot of ways, you will see what a lot of communities in this county have had to try and adapt to, which is more of a cost-neutral program for their communities.
Okay, and so in practice, that means maybe a commission meeting won't get covered by PCTV staff, or maybe there's less coverage during maybe a community event. Yep.
Correct. Community events probably would be left to more the communication staff using phones and other modes, other types of modes that way, as well as many subcommittees and other meetings would be run probably by the staff that host that event.
Okay, thank you. And I'm so sorry, missed my notes. There's 3 part-time staff members, correct? Then this would reduce to how many?
Most likely it would reduce to 0.
To 0, okay. And then wanted to ask about professional services, kind of vague there. Can you just explain what that is and what that impacts?
Okay.
Hello, thank you for those questions. Councilmember Sasai. Yes, so the professional services, we had planned to hire a consultant to come in and do an evaluation of our production control and master control here in the council chambers to try to streamline and modernize that system. And then also to answer your question about the part-time staff, it was a $30,000 budget previously for part-time staff. We've reduced it down to $18,000, and I just want to make a correction that would not eliminate a part-time staff member, but reduce the number of hours that they would be working for the year.
That's really great clarification there. And so it would retain the 3 part-time staff members, but they would just have reduced hours that they can spend. From how many hours each to how many hours per month?
It varies. We have we have one part-time staff member who really is just, she works our El Cerrito contract, so that's a couple council meetings there per month, and she'll come out for events, kind of an on-call or per diem. And then we have other part-time staff who have a more regular schedule. We have somebody who comes in on Mondays to do the programming, and then we have another person who is on call who helps provide backup for meeting productions and event support as well. So the hours really vary. It might be from 15 to 20 hours to maybe about half of that monthly.
Got it. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sasai.
Mayor Tave, if I may I have two more questions.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Back to our Community Services Director, with that reduction in days of service to serve meals to seniors, question is, how many meals would that mean? How many seniors really would be affected by that reduction? And related to the consideration for even reducing, in the staff report, there's a statement that reduction in senior lunch program is a net of revenue loss. So that tells me that for some reason, and this is what I'm asking, this is the question, what would be the reasons that any earnings, if there are any earnings at all, are not retained, and therefore the city incurs a loss when providing this service?
Thank you for your question. So there is revenue that is associated with the senior lunch program, but the revenue does not fully cover the full cost of the program. You have to also include community services was one of the ones that also gets charged, the departments that gets charged for things like our appliances, the maintenance of those appliances, cleaning the kitchen, having staff to do that. We also have those expenses that aren't just the dollar amount to operate the lunch. So we do receive revenue, but there's more expenditures that outweigh that revenue. To your question about how many would be affected, it varies. We have our food service specialist here tonight. So Tara, thank you for being here tonight. And I will say, if you have not had a senior center meal, please stop by. They are wonderful, and they are made very differently than our neighboring agencies, which run county meals. And I can tell you that our food is amazing for what we can offer our seniors. And I say that to say, every day is a different number. It's not exactly the same number. Some days we can do 50, some days we do 75. There are days where we have wait lists. There are days that we have pork chops, and those are gonna go very fast. And then other days, maybe it's something different, like a to-go. Fridays, we do a little bit of a reduced program, so we have less seniors that may be interested. So it really depends on the day. It also depends on the month. So during the summertime, you'll see more seniors come out, but then in the wintertime, you'll see people try to buy multiple because it takes them through 3 or 4 days of need for eating. And I will say that our meals sometimes feed one senior a day, and sometimes they feed one senior for 3 days. That is the way that those senior meals work. So I would be short if I quantified that due to the amount that it could serve in the days.
Thank you.
Yes.
So that is why we ask questions, because I had that down and I don't have to ask it. But I will say that the meals are amazing. The kids love them in the summer when we had it for the kids, but I'm hoping at some point we can bring that back. I think it's a great program. Okay, so I'll go to questions that I had. Of this budget, and I just want to make sure that we understand scale again. We are now 99% of our deficit is now down to 1%. So that was a pretty significant drop. And I guess my question is, or the question the community might have is, over the years, we've built up that deficit. And I mean, can you speak a little bit to where we are now as far as trajectory, and what type of funding do we have moving forward? I know that those projections are here, but I just kind of want to ask, of that reduction, we're running about as lean as we possibly can at this point. And confirm that.
Correct. The real challenge, and mentioned it before, is the CalPERS retirement and the retiree medical.
Okay.
Something that Stacy's already working on a draft response for the council to look at options for that retiree medical for new hires prospectively, how to manage that cost better. Now, that's something that you don't see an impact for 20, 30 years, but still you have to do something today to make, it's when's the best time to plant a tree, 10 years ago or today? So it's the same thing, you just got to take it on.
Okay. And with that, this is something, I mean, I think Councilmember Martinez-Rubin sat on a few committees with Cal Cities discussing the OPEB and a lot of the retirement benefits. This isn't something that's just with Pinole. This is happening across the entire state.
No, you are spot on. Very few cities are not worried about this. Most are, and they should be, because it is a very large number.
And it sounds like Pinole's pretty well prepared at this point for it.
With discipline and holding to structured budgets.
Great. You mentioned, and I know we'll get into capital, but we said the roads were another concern for the community. How much, you mentioned a number, or a couple of numbers actually, for one RFP and then a second RFP. Does that factor into this operations budget?
No, sir. Those are separate funds that have been in accounts waiting to be spent. And so we're releasing those funds, getting them out onto the street, if you will,
right,
to improve.
Awesome. Okay, so we'll see one RFP in the next couple weeks? Or?
They're due Monday. We'll be going through them and bringing them to council for approval as fast as we can.
Great. The other thing I wanted to point out was the slide 13 and 14, and just ask the question. Because one of the things that came up in finance subcommittee was, how are these cuts or reductions, we'll call them, equitable across departments? And I think 13 and 14, we talked about some of our key services that really, if you were to go to, I think, slide 13, I don't know if that's up. Yeah, with the police department. If you see the 6% reduction, we're seeing 783, but we can only really do 674. And I know that we talked about this in the finance subcommittee, that if you were to try to go a few percentage points over, you're actually looking at 800. You'll overshoot that 764 and it wind up being more than 6%. But this is something that I think we talked about, is the service level. Is everybody comfortable with those cuts? And I know we're presenting them, but one of the questions that comes up is, how much does that impact services? I know that we had officers doing a lot of OT. We had officers that were looking for equipment training. I think those were some of the conversations in the past. So I just wanted to ask, are we comfortable with that? And then going into next year, is there an opportunity to have a conversation if we saw revenue coming out?
Yes. When we looked at the $500,000 vacancy savings, attrition savings, however you want to say it, we incorporated not only the salary vacancy, but the overtime cost as an impact, and evaluated that together, and that's where we came up with that number. If you went above the 6%, and I'm kind of looking at the chief, but I think at 10%, it impacted 21% of the overall staff.
Right.
So that, really the chief cut everywhere she could strategically, but you're getting into officers or dispatch folks if you go above this, and that's certainly what we are trying to avoid at all.
Okay.
Everything.
The other question was, council, I know for me, I'm partial to the lunch program, but, if council were to try to offer some input to, what range should we stay in? Because I know we're going into the next phase of this where we're tightening down the budget to balance out. What I'm concerned about is, a $100,000 ask or a $200,000 ask. Where would you say the comfortability would be for staff to? I know we saw a $94,000 savings in the from the library. Where would you say that would be reasonable for us to make those additions if needed? And I know that's a difficult question after the exercise you went through, but really the lunch program to me seems like a program that is going to our seniors. I've had a chance to take my kids there one summer. It was a great program. And I know, to the director's point, that meal is not just one meal, it's multiple meals. I've seen seniors cut the meal in half, take it home for dinner. So I'm just trying to make sure that we don't reduce a community service. But really, I'm looking for that range. And I know I'm drifting from questions, but really what that range might be. Yeah,
Great.
you did. Yeah.
Great question, and something that we've certainly talked about, and you might hear some groaning from the department. But if we walk out of this building tonight and we're at 100 or under, preferably 75 or under, I'm confident we will find that money in other types of cuts, haircuts in certain areas.
Okay.
If you get above that, we're honestly having to look at bodies.
Understood. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we had some level of left and right bumper when we have this discussion. Okay, so we'll move to public comment. We'll go to Madam Clerk to start our first three speakers, if you will.
Okay, we have Rafael Menace, Tracy Walker, and Kurt Pless.
Good evening, and Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menace, resident of Pinole, and I have a few comments here. First off, with the sort of separation between the presentation and the staff report, when you're looking at the PCTV fund cuts in particular, if you're just looking at, say, slide 22, it says, oh, it's just, like a $13,000 worth of cuts maybe, or $40,000 worth of cuts, or $35,000 worth of cuts. But then if you go to the Yellow Brick Road, you're also saying on top of that, there's another $480,000 worth of cuts in addition. That's not shown on that slide. And that's just about as much as the entire amount that all of the departments combined are expected to handle as COLAs. So I guess one thing that I'm asking is it equitable to expect one department to face such substantial cuts compared to the other departments, and to have those cuts sort of separated out from the review of the rest of the process? Because it's not included under the 6% department expenditure cuts. It's its own line, and it's a big line. Secondly, I also have some concerns about several reductions in, I'm going to switch documents here. In regards to the building and planning fund, the removal of some of the items under the housing element programs 2021, and half the allocations for 11. If the state's removing all of the allocations for a housing element program, is that going to cause problems with our housing element compliance? Or are we allowed to just cut a program like that if it's simply not fiscally viable? With regards to the cuts to the city clerk's office, so it's basically saying, and I'm going to try and find that again because it's all split up in different ways between the different documents. That's going to be cutting basically overview for the various subcommittees, and that's a separate thing for the broadcast of the various subcommittees. So I guess let's sort of wrap it up because I've only got about 15 seconds or so left here. If you want PCTV to operate as an enterprise fund, gutting it is not going to help it operate as an enterprise fund. If you're getting rid of all its support staff and a lot of its capabilities, it's not going to be able to go out and get additional revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and city staff, and city manager, and members of the Pinole community. My name is Tracy Walker, and I'm here tonight to ask you to preserve the funding for Pinole Community Television, better known as PCTV. For more than 40 years, PCTV has been captured the history, memories, and stories of the community. They have documented city council meetings, school events, youth sports, cultural celebrations, veterans programs, local businesses, and the moments that make Pinole special. I would like to recognize Dave Snell and Eric Wilson, who have dedicated decades of service to PCTV and the city of Pinole. Through their commitment, they have helped preserve the history and memories of the community for generations. I would also like to recognize Fiona Epps for her leadership, dedication, and commitment to assist with PCTV in our community. To me, they're more than employees, they're a family. After the loss of my father, Robert Walker Jr., while navigating grief, work, family responsibilities, and running a small business, Fiona, Dave, Eric, and PCTV family showed up for me. They listened, they encouraged me, they reminded me that life goes on. Most importantly, they reminded me that I mattered. That kind of compassion cannot be measured on a budget spreadsheet. PCTV is also a vital resource for seniors, veterans, individuals with disabilities, and residents who rely on their broadcast to stay connected to local government and community events. The 2024 community survey showed that 92% of the respondents believed it was important or vitally important to preserve the core services PCTV provides. As you consider this budget, I ask you to remember the people behind the numbers, the employees, the volunteers, interns, and crew members who have dedicated years of service to keeping our community informed, connected, and engaged. PCTV is more than a television station. It's our history, it's our community, it's our connection to one another. I respectfully ask you to preserve funding for PCTV and continue investing in a service that has faithfully serviced Pinole and neighboring communities for more than 4 decades. Because people matter, because their work matters, and because PCTV matters. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Kurt had to leave, and I think he's going to join you later online.
He is online. We'll take the in-person comments first.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Next, we have Dave Snell, followed by Debbie Long, followed by Irma Ruport.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, can we run that back again?
Dave Snell,
Oh, great, thanks.
Debbie Long, and Irma Ruport.
Those of you that know me know this is very difficult. I don't come out from that back room very often. I remain neutral. I respect the problems that we have, but we've just studied 6% reductions. If we're taking nearly 70% of the staff's of the money, how does that not equate to staff? I have been working for the City of Pinole for 29 years in this position. PCTV was established by City Council 42 years ago, the first of its kind technology office funded by, in part, cable franchise fees. Over the years, as other governments began broadcasting their meetings, now required, other cities started their own offices or began their IT offices with staff to run their meetings. Some cities even used public works personnel. Friday's agenda ran through a $4.8 million reduction in roughly 7 pages of documents. For PCTV, the expected 6% cuts were moved to roughly 69%, citing the subsidy enterprise account on the second page of the report. There is no explanation of how the office is to operate with nearly a 70% cut. As for the enterprise account, PCTV has not been managed in an enterprise account system. For decades, the unused funds have been swept back into Pinole's general fund, including funds provided by the cable company for capital equipment. As an enterprise that can only charge our clients a direct cost, how are we supposed to earn enough funding to offset the Pinole subsidy or the Pinole work? Matching external sources for funding means PCTV only works for the paying client. In the agenda on page 189, a reduction of $480,000 was noted to PCTV. On page 192, the agenda speaks to $35,000. To this reader, it makes no sense, leaving the 2 full-time staff, their families, and friends unable to define what is intended by this report. Much of the work must go on because it's required by SB 707, the ADA, or WACAG. Following a 70% reduction, if PCTV staff is cut, who would be left to meet these state requirements and federal requirements? Further, if a challenge to the staff is reduced, the staff clearly is the staff that's over 40 years old, and I would leave that to HR and our attorney to advise in this matter. If a greater than 6% cut is considered, I would ask for a delay so that we can thoroughly go through what we're looking at and try to figure out how operations can actually take place without simply throwing out a giant number. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
The last 2 speakers make it very difficult for me to add too much, so I'll just speak in my regular brazen way. My comments are general because 3 minutes doesn't allow much for detailed questions. And this is something so important as a budget that it's trying to recover from a $4 million deficit, and a topic of the grand jury should be actually heard in a town hall meeting. So I have this to say. You got to where you are partially by hiring too many department heads with the title of director. Since 2020, you have doubled that title, and with the doubling of that title comes substantial salary increases. From 2020 to 2024, with these elevated titles, you have increased the salaries for directors 71%, and total compensation by 83%. And this does not take into account 2025 or 2026, which I'm sure would conservatively account for approximately another 20% to that number. Everyone keep in mind that these employees are the unrepresented and are not part of a union, so you don't need to negotiate. In this budget, you have also made assumptions such as the county giving us credit for fire protection from properties we serve in the county. There's also a line item about Confire annexation, which I'm not clear on. You also show that there will not be any COLAs, and I didn't know if this has already been negotiated with the unions. So does this budget include also the higher costs for our new city manager? And it appears, as we've been discussing, that you're planning on severely reducing and in effect closing PCTV. That would be a huge mistake on your part. They not only keep citizens informed, they are ensuring that our history is documented. So before cuts are made in the rank and file, you need to cut maybe a director or 2 position, and that might just take care of a lot of this deficit for them. I would also like to emphasize what Dave said because I had written it down. He's given his professional career to Pinole, and now he's close to retirement. So you intend to lay him off, perhaps? The only one you're going to lay off, and he's close to retirement, and I would say probably over 50. I think HR may have want to weigh in on that as well. So I think that you need to consider a town hall meeting, and I'd also like to know how much of his expenses are attributed to other department heads. How much does the director, city manager often, I imagine Fiona as a director, director of finance, HR, how much are really those included in his expenses, where those people probably very rarely touch him any more than they do any of you guys. So I think it'd be a great big mistake. Years ago, the city council fired the city manager that was beloved. Guess what happened? It was a huge recall. Think about it.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public, and I too want to say that we've been through this road before. The recession, don't forget, for those that were here that remember, half the staff was gone. The bank, we were going bankrupt, the city was. So half of you were gone. How would you like that next year or this year before coming, that we won't have enough staff? So we got to get serious. We really got to get, I was here when that happened. And it happened to me like I told you, when I was working in the federal government, we had a reduction in force too. So it can happen, and it hurts. It hurts. But guess what? We have to live within our means. So here's what I say to you, all of you guys. 80% of the staff is new. They came in the last 3 or 4 years, less than that. And all I can say is, yes, we're mighty, mighty full, uptight at the top level. We gotta go to the department heads that are overly staffed, the city clerk, finance, community development, and human resources. And most of all, I want to tell you that I totally agree with Dave Snell about PCTV. He's all PCTV. He is that person that created and kept PCTV alive. Why in the world would you transfer him to the city manager away from the recreation and then put the IT group there with the city manager over $1 million? Look at what we got. And then we got a communication director position open this past year and gave her $53,000 and gave her that title. They don't know what they're doing. We need to revisit all of that, okay? And revisit some of these positions that were opened by previous city managers. I have about $1 million in one resolution last year where the previous city manager approved some of these positions. And I asked her, why are you doing that? You know what she said? Because I can. And all I can say, save PCTV, save the senior center, and save those that are really, really diehard in our services, because guess what? People will be coming here at every 2 weeks. And besides that, start a citizens oversight committee, meet once a month, and let some of these folks read some of this stuff. We can't just read it and talk about it in 3 minutes. I think we need to get this group together. Anybody who wants to come and talk, casually come and let's talk about it. Let's get a group that's been here. I've lived here 50 years. This is not the first time we've gone through this. But guess what? We have people here that are dedicated and want to go and do something about it. So, my golly, let's get on the ball and do something now. And get some of these staffers, tell them, hey, you know what? If you don't want to do your job, don't want to come do what you have to.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Anthony Vosbrink, followed by Phoebe Polk.
I'd first my name's Anthony Vosbrink, longtime senior citizen of Pinole, over 50 years. I'd like to first thank the previous speakers that took the time to come down tonight and partake in the public comments. Some of the most interesting comments, I think, that could be and should be heard on a regular basis via town hall meetings and other open forum opportunities to involve more transparency and open communication lines with the public. So I echo their comments at 100%, as well as I know this might not be the time or place, but we could also comment or question some of the numbers you threw up, generally speaking, in the different departments, as well as rather than cut, and have all these takeaways, ask the public or the community what ideas do they have that they can put forth on the table and show the public some respect by entertaining their comments or their agenda requests or some of those things, rather than be so dismissive on the city council dais and the mayor on a pretty much ongoing basis. Anyway, regarding the senior lunch program, I don't think we're talking about the kind of money that we need to cut 20% from the senior lunch program by cutting it back from 4 days to 3 days, reminding people it was 5 days. Then we went to 4, and during COVID, maybe we went to 3. I can't recall exactly, but it shouldn't be placed on the poor seniors of our community to give up their senior lunch program. You know, you can't maybe put ROI number on that, but how much are we really saving on one day? But yet the city, and I think Ms. Dwyer can attest to that, over the past several months, she has cut the senior lunch program herself with city business and eliminated senior lunches on a Thursday or Friday for some kind of a venue or city hall meeting or some kind of a commemorative luncheon event, putting the seniors out to lunch, so to speak, and not getting their lunch. A lot of the seniors rely on that with the lunch and so on. No mention was made about Chef Tara there. She makes close to $65,000 a year for working 3 to 4 days a week. Granted, she probably puts in 6 hours a day when she does work, but that's pretty good money. And then with regard to the car show, I'd like to see the
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
The car show being that the person that runs the car show, he donates back a lot of his personal
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Peter Murray.
Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Peter Murray.
Peter Murray.
My apologies.
My apologies, Phoebe Polk. And followed by Peter Murray.
Support PCTV. I'm a little bit concerned because over and over again throughout this budget, you're cutting newsletters and guides and outreach and any kind of flyers or information sent to the public to let us know what you guys are doing. And the entire role of PCTV is to do that outreach. Now, with all due respect to Garrett Evans' snide comment about how we can replace it with some sort of phone-based technology or something, that might be the case, but we would want to transition that in over time and not do that in one giant cut to the entire budget of PCTV. Slide 23 in this budget is clearly a lie. It says you're only cutting $30,000. The actual cut is $490,000, which is 2/3 of the PCTV budget. Okay, that is basically shuttering it. If you look at where that would come from, it would clearly come from the salaries, the $280,000 of salaries of the staff of PCTV. So basically, you're just firing all the staff of PCTV. Now, Mr. Anthony Tave, Mayor Anthony Tave, you said you were doing everything you possibly could to preserve people's jobs, but obviously that is not accomplished by eliminating PCTV. Here's an idea on how you could save $100,000 right now. Maybe instead of paying $309,000 to the city manager who is coming in, you could pay $170,000 to the city manager and look for somebody local who can do the job. There are 18,000 people in Pinole. There should be one person who can do the job of city manager. Now, my grandmother moved to Pinole 60 years ago. She recently passed away. And she lived in Pinole for 50 years. And I have moved to Pinole because she told me about how great Pinole was. She told me about the great senior lunch program. She would go to the senior lunch and she would meet all her friends and she would hang out in the senior center and be a part of the senior community. She would, my uncles, they come from out of town to go to the car show because the car show is a big draw from all around the West Contra Costa. So have we looked into trying to get maybe Toyota, Honda, any of the dealerships that we have to sponsor the car show to maybe make that $30,000 more manageable instead of having one car show event that seems like they've been having interim ones at the Foster Free.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor?
There we go.
I want my seconds back. As you can see, these things become very personal to a lot of people. And I just want to tell you that I've been through several recessions with the city. And this topic that we're talking about with the Pinole TV has always been on the chopping block. That's the first thing that comes up. And what you find out is that the community gets really revved up about this. You know, the big thing was transparency. You can come to this meeting, and for years I sat there and I had to listen to transparency as being a big deal in the community. And the one thing that we really have, the one ticket, is the public access channel, our channel, where the information gets out. And I'm just going to tell you right now that if you go down that path, be prepared. Because, like I said, I've faced it a number of times. And those are hard decisions, but they're decisions you have to make. And we always found a way. And I just warning you now, you probably need to think about finding a way. Then the other thing is just questions that I had because it's bothered me over the years. And one of them was the library. And we have, $200,000 budgeted it for the library. And, I just want to ask the question of the Library Commission. I'd like the city to ask that question as to, is that fairly spread out across the board cost-wise? I mean, because everybody says it's Pinole's library, and when we had this issue 6 years back or something, it was like we were getting beat up because it was Pinole's library. But if you walk in the front door of that library, it's not just Pinole's library. It's West County Library. And, Terra Hills and Bayview and actually, I think even Hercules is still on that plaque on the front door there. And that's what you need to look at and ask if we're getting a fair break on that. That's my question on that. And then also I know you found $1 million in the fire district contract, and I allowed you for that. But have we talked to them about what we gave them in the ability to cover Carriage Hills and out to Martinez and all that area right there from our fire station here? I mean, it was a free fire station. And that's what they got out of the deal, 2 free fire stations. I think the compensation, I don't know that was necessarily equitably applied.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker. Next speaker, please.
We have 2 online. Kurt Pless.
Operations question before we go to online. Do the 3 sitting, we have to have 3 sitting council members?
I would prefer that we had 3 in the room, yes.
In the room, okay. Not sure, but we'd probably have to put a...
Would you like a recess?
Recess, okay. Probably a 5-minute recess for bio break and all that stuff. Okay. We'll be back in 8:33. this and try to pull through the rest of the council meeting. Huh? All right, everyone. Looks like we have our council reseated. We'll go ahead and continue with public comment. I think we
have Kurt Pless.
Good evening, folks. Thank you for taking my call. Number one. Number two is I am a pro advocate for Pinole Community Television and David Snell. I have known Dave Snell for almost 15 years. He is excellent at what he does. Debbie Long gave you three pages of what Dave Snell and Eric go through each and every week. Now, mind you, David Snell and Eric used to do all these with the help of 13 people. Now they are down to 2. And in my knowledge, they do an extremely great job of what they do. Now, I volunteer, I'm not paid, but I volunteer for the City of Pinole's Community Television, PCTV. My son, Stephen Pless, used to work for Dave, and however, Stephen went to USC and was able to go to USC thanks to Dave Snell. He learned everything he learned from Dave and the crew. I must say, 3 pages doesn't do quite the job of what Dave and Eric do. I am at home right now. I wasn't able to stay, but I thank David Snell for everything he has done. And I beg you guys to keep Dave and PCTV and Eric there. And my next comment is this meeting would not take place if Dave and Eric weren't there. I do not see anything being done about keeping them, and you should obviously keep them employed with the city. Dave has gotten way beyond and above the call of duty working for that city, and nearly 30 years of dedication, that's an awful lot. And I commend him and Eric for everything that they do. Volunteering for Dave and the city has been fantastic. Football games, tree lighting, and so forth. But the 3 pages you have in front of you, I wrote up, and that's only a speculation of what the job Dave does. So anyway, thank you very much, and great evening.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Mary, and can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Mari. So the first-time caller, a long-time listener here. Wanted to call to show my support for PCTV. I've been a resident here in Pinole for about 15 years or so, but also a coach for several of the kids within the community. Most recently, I was a commentator and an announcer working with PCTV and announcing one of the high school football games that was on the PCTV program. Again, wanted to call and show my support for PCTV because really, if this were to be cut, it would be a travesty to the community. PCTV is really the voice of the people to the people. And in a time where there's so much noise out there in the community and around the world, we really need a way to amplify the voices, to give proper programming to the Pinole residents. By getting rid of PCTV, it's really silencing our voices. And that's something we just can't do. So again, I truly want the council members to think about what you're doing, because it's very important to keep the PCTV program. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to council for discussion. So we'll start with Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. Did you have any comments?
I do. They're not, well, I actually have a question. I'm hearing an echo. I have a question related to a comment that was made by Dave Snell of PCTV. And I just have my cell phone, so I can't access the full meeting agenda packet. But there's a difference between what was presented on the slides as far as reductions and then 490,000 quoted, that he quoted. And so I wanted to have a better understanding of that. And I think related to that is the public's comments and their thoughts that PCTV is going away. I don't think that's what we're talking about. So I'd like some clarification about really what the reductions will do and how they will affect programming. Is it my phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I should not access the packet via my phone. Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, so I'm just wondering, given a number of public comments, the actual effect of reductions on the availability of recording of programs and whatever services PCTV actually has on their calendar ordinarily relative to the current year, you know, how that might look for next year. And yeah, we'll start with that. Yeah, I'm wondering about that.
Excellent question, and certainly PCTV is unique for when you think of other cities in the county, at least when I'm thinking of what they have for community television. And it is a jewel, a gem, or something unique and positive for Pinole. So it was not something taken lightly by staff bringing this forward. But it's also something that is listed in the civil grand jury letter as the elephant in the room on page 13. It is also finding number 3 in their findings that they want this city to respond to. So it is something that had us reflect on that challenge as we were trying to bring forward a balanced budget. The impacts and why you see two different numbers, again, we were basically originally going with just the 6%, and that's why we showed the numbers that you first are the much smaller numbers. But when you look at, when we took a step back, or we realized just how much was going in the $480,000, we said that it was sort of an A or B. You know, if PCTV were to act as a true enterprise fund, then the revenues or the expenditures should match the revenues or be really darn close, and that's $480,000. And that does changed the model quite a bit. Now, would you still have this on a council meeting? Yes, because cities do this with a different type of model completely. Not saying it's as good, these folks are amazing, but it is a different type of model. And other meetings are run differently. So the real focus generally is on City Council and Planning Commission meetings. But that is a change in PCTV as it exists today.
I appreciate that. Oh, additional comments or response by our communications director, perhaps, to supplement what?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that question. I wanted to answer the question about what the impacts would look like, what that would look like if $480,000 was cut from PCTV's budget, we would have to scale back a lot of operations if we had $480,000 reduced from our budget. And one of those would be the inability to operate a public access center, which provides the PEG program, that's public education, governmental programming, and including government meetings, inclusive access to the PEG media that helps the viewers stay informed. We would not be able to provide that level that we're doing right now. The free and low cost video production services and related training and AV equipment that's available to the public right now would not be available. Station and field equipment usage would need to be evaluated. It requires engineering and highly specialized training to use that equipment. And administration, budgeting, and oversight for station operations to run the 2 cable channels would be impacted. Historical archiving, video management for the city of Pinole that includes both community and city files going as far back as like the 1950s, that would not be able to be managed. We'd have to find an alternative to that or discontinue that. We also would have the inability to provide audio and visual support to the City of Pinole departments if we had that large of a cut to our department budget. So we would have to push a lot of those services provided back to staff to do their own meetings. That would be for public meetings, events, workshops, a mayoral conference, PA system requests for certain events and ribbon cuttings and things like that. All of these things require, specialized knowledge and training. And that would be especially for AV operation, hybrid meetings. We would need to take some time to train staff to be able to do those things, but it would be at a scaled down level. It would not be the same type of council meeting production that you've seen over the past few years. And then we also would have we wouldn't be able to support our residents, organizations, and local businesses in sharing their stories. We'd have to discontinue sponsored advertising for local businesses, event coverage, local news features, ribbon cuttings, and public access programming, and we would have to discontinue the Beat of Pinole series. Youth and sports broadcast would also be not possible. And we would have to discontinue our external contracts for services. And we would have to end training and hands-on media experiences for our media and communications fellows in the areas of video production and journalism. We would need to reevaluate that program as well. The channels of PCTV, the programming would change. So I don't know what that would look like at this time, but I know that without the resources, we would have to definitely scale back operations and run PCTV in a different way.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. So there was another comment, and it takes me back to what I had asked staff to consider since we last met with regard to the budget and criteria to help council give priority to projects. And that was what is absolutely necessary in order to meet requirements, whether often those requirements are external, another government entity, or an obligation that the city has had and has not been compensated for. So similarly with PCTV, and again, I'm going to refer to Mr. Snell's comments because he cited a number of what seemed to me to be requirements, but I don't know where the city stands with regard to compliance for accessibility. One of those was ADA. That's what I heard, and I can remember because that's the one I'm most familiar with, or often comes up. And then he mentioned some others. So certainly I understand that things would have to be pared down or scaled down, but if so, let's go back. Are there some requirements, absolute essentials that need to be in place? Some of the things that Director Epps mentioned have added to, quote, the transparency and or accessibility of communication of information that's vetted by city staff and goes out to the public because there's a recurrent mention or comment from public over the years that I've been on council and certainly before that information needs to go out in many different ways. And frankly, both youth and adults absorb information in many different ways. That's just a given. And we can't always meet that ideal volume or level of information or have all of the media required for that, but we've attempted to do so fairly recently per the request of council in the interest, quote, and we were reminded of that of even former council member, in the interest of transparency, and again, having a public that's informed. And I think we've done that. And so back to my question about absolutes in the discussion that you have had, City Manager, with PCT staff. Have the absolutes been considered so that, I'm trying to decide how to best phrase this. With reductions, as proposed now, will the city meet its public access broadcasting channel with and meet the requirements that exist to comply with access to a public access channel?
Great question. Mm-hmm. And PCTV is a platinum version when you compare it to other cities. It really is. It is an excellent, excellent level of service. Other cities and other communities in this county do what is required for under $100,000 a year. So, and that's the real, you are getting what the community is paying for. This is a fantastic community television, so I don't think there's any kind of pushback or argument. But, as whether it's the civil grand jury or others, that's the nice part versus the must. And it's that balance versus, because we'll go through this exercise with every department. If it was, I think Mr. Menace raised equitable. Well, if we were really spreading this equitably, 60% of 480 is 288,000. We'd be going to the chief and say, you need to cut another 288,000. Now, what does that do? And so that's the challenge as staff when we were trying to bring this forward, and there's never a good solution when it's this big of a number. And maybe it's, can we come up with 4 or 5 options and have an emergency meeting of a finance subcommittee or something that's noticed to the public, but before the 16th. But it's tough. But or do you take half and you try and work it down and phase it? But that's exactly the challenge this wonderful community faces with this document from the civil grand jury. Mm-hmm. There's not a good choice in all of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Also what I heard, and this is also to include council, because I think some of us have heard this. In fact, I would say that all of us at the dais today have heard that this is not the first time that this particular service in the city faces the difficulty of encountering a need to reduce. And it's becoming more real. It has become a more acute and real I'm going to be redundant here, a reality. And we've been made to pay even further attention with the grand jury report. And frankly, I appreciate the grand jury report. I think we all do. So we don't neglect what we've thought about in years prior, but haven't fully implemented when it comes to considering reductions and actually having them happen so that we don't have a greater gap between expenses and revenues. It is unfortunate that the three sets of services, planning, community services, and PCTV, which have been subsidized for a number of years, have to continue to look at ways to reduce. But similarly, I think what has happened is, at least in recent years, we have tried to provide more visibility to City Hall, more accessibility to information, and staff have produced and delivered on that, and people have gotten used to that. And it's wonderful. And it's very difficult to take away something that has worked well. That's all that I'll say right now, but I wanted to have a better understanding. However, I was reminded of one other contract we haven't talked about, and I would like to have a better understanding of that, and that is the animal services contract. Where do we see that, and is there any possibility of working with the county and anticipating some modifications to that? Because, again, in all fairness and relative to other cities, are we getting what we're paying for?
We can be in line with 18 other communities that ask that same question almost every year with the growth. Well, I guess Antioch doesn't have it. They have their own animal services. But that is a common challenge animal services contract from the county every year. I can recall it in the last 8 years of Public Managers Association, and trying to control those costs. It is a contract that goes through multiple rounds of evaluation at the public manager level. And it is a very expensive endeavor, but necessary. So that is one that even the city managers, I believe 2 years ago, offered a formula difference to maybe help calculate, and that's still going on to try and see if there's a different way to look at it, because certain communities have a really high call volume versus others, and so you can't just do per capita, which is sometimes what's looked at. And so that's working its way, but I don't think it won't be in place for this coming fiscal year. So yes, and that's in the community services budget right now, not in non-departmental.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there, Councilmember Toms?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. So I wanted to just reiterate, or have staff reiterate, that the budget cuts for PCTV are for this fiscal year are proposed at $35,821, and that the transfer from general fund is not proposed to be cut during this fiscal year. Is that accurate?
What you're referring to is what I would call if the 6% would have balanced everything.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it didn't, and we had about a $550,000 shortfall. And so one staff recommendation to balance that would be to make PCTV go down to, in essence, its revenue levels.
Okay. So without that, then our deficit that we're looking at the very beginning of the slides of 49,000.
Correct.
Okay, so.
Goes to 530.
I see. Okay, goes to 530, okay. And then a couple comments on the service levels that I have seen in other communities with other meetings is that, for many other meetings like Planning Commission meetings, WICTAC, some of the other committees that I'm on, they use Zoom with the OWL camera up front, and they broadcast. They might broadcast through a social media. I don't know if they can broadcast easily to a PCTV, but that's, it is another model of a way for public input, for the public to see what's happening. Another question that I had, and I don't know if there's going to be an answer for it, but on the budget for PCTV, charges for services external, $29,651, which I'm assuming that that's for us covering meetings in other communities. Does that just cover our cost, or do we have a little bit more? Does
just covers the cost.
Okay, so that's not necessarily a loss to Pinole Services. If it's just covering the costs of something that we're doing for another community, that, but then if we were to reduce our staff, then that revenue would go away too. Okay. All right, that's all I have.
Councilmember Sasai, any comments, questions?
Yes, I appreciate the discussion on the PCTV item. I do want to make a comment on one of the key departmental reductions here, and that is the reduction. Give me 1 second here. Reduction under recreation, which I pointed out earlier during the questions portion, but it's the reductions in the senior lunch program, about $15,000 there. Just want to say, in this budget, as a non-negotiable for me, that's one of them. Right now is not the time to cut programs like lunch for seniors and for older adults. That is an incredible benefit to our community, and really a demographic that is really impacted, one of the most impacted here in our city from a lot of different cuts of services. Right now, we're going through an affordability crisis, not just the gas, but also you think about the cuts to Medi-Cal, right? The cuts to food access that is a direct result of House Resolution 1. And that is looming over our heads. That is going to go into effect sooner than we think. And so for me, I appreciate staff for identifying that, but that's something that should not be cut because I believe that it is really unconscionable to cut that at this time. So I want to vocalize that there, and happy to make a motion when time comes for that. On the PCTV item, just want to ask staff, I'm used to sort of having, I think, at least a presentation attached to our agenda packet, or at least I know when we had the preliminary proposed budget, we had a full budget document. So just wanted to check with staff to see the reason why that wasn't attached, but also trying to figure out why the $480,000 item related to PCTV was not elaborated on. Because when we asked the question, and thanks to our colleagues here, a lot comes out in terms of explaining the actual impacts to services. So there's two questions in there, which is the lack of the materials in the agenda packet. The second one is why the $480,000 that we're talking about here was not elaborated on in the staff report.
Both of those are my fault. We did not get the packet. We did not have the presentation done. I did not have it done in time. That is my fault.
Thank you for the honesty there. But now we're here facing a revised proposed budget with $480,000 of cuts here to a department that I would say has always been an easy target for cuts. And I think, first off, being a non-office holder, but still enjoying the services of Pinole before being in this council, that is something that it's not just a I think, benefit that is an amenity to Pinole, but it is really a necessity because, we could keep moving on projects, we could keep making improvements to our city, but unless the residents are aware of that, then it really is not doing a service to our community. And it's at a certain point undemocratic, or reduces our democratic. So that's the first part there. And then I think just the second part is trying to understand here, I think with this budget, number one, we want to get the balance. We have to get the balance. But number two, we have to avoid staff cuts at all costs. And so just a question to staff here. Under the $480,000, I know that Director Epstein kind of went into it. We heard about the cuts to services and what we can expect, right? And we're hearing about different models that different cities uses for coverage for government meetings, including WICTAC. I know Councilmember Tom's mentioned that, and using an owl via Zoom. And I've seen that. I'm not a big fan of it. It's not very human. So can staff just elaborate on, with the $480,000 cut here for PCTV, we understand the cuts to service, but what are the actual cuts to staff? And we know about the part-time staff, right? That's outlined already in the $35,000 there. I'm sorry, $15,000. But wondering about the full-time employees under PCTV. How does this cut impact them?
Without having the salary schedule in front of me, but it would be dramatic. It's $200,000, which includes equipment and other costs. You've got salary and benefits. It would be dramatic, matching what you see in levels in other cities, which is they don't have full-time staff for this.
Right, gotcha. So I think that answers a question that the public is wondering about, which is impacts the staff. And so still not understanding whether or not that is a complete elimination of those full-time positions, or if it's a dramatic reduction going to part-time. But I will just mention here that I personally believe that PCTV has been understaffed for a long time. And just getting to know Dave and Eric in the back, there have been dramatic cuts in the past, to the point where I know one of our full-time employees here was laid off at a certain point in time. And so I unfortunately can't support the $480,000 cut to the level where it's dramatically reducing it, and it's impacting staff, people who have families and have done a wonderful job. I am disappointed that we're now going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure this out, but just want to vocalize that I know most cities don't have this level of, I think, excellent production, but I think that's also a service to our community. It is one of the great parts about our community. I also vocalize here too, in my 4 years in council, I don't think I've run into a constituent who has ever said, I want to cut PCTV, right? I want less services at PCTV. And so just want to vocalize that and really just have that as a start of conversation for our colleagues here. How can we address that tonight? And how can we better understand how we can, at all costs, not impact staff in PCTV?
If I could, through the mayor.
City Manager.
At $545,000, if the 480 goes back, plus the 15,000 for seniors. I'm not saying that's wonderful to go back. To balance that out, we are talking 3 FTEs somewhere. That's pretty much where we're at.
Okay. All right. So looking at this, to me, I think there's a couple of issues that I heard from council. One was PCTV, and then one was the lunch program. So are there any other issues that or item services, concerns that you'd like to put on the table along with these two? And then we'll try to take these in order so that we can kind of manage this conversation in a productive way. I think everybody's voiced their concerns. I have some ideas about PCTV as well, but rather than jump around from item to item, let's try to hone in on where we are. So I heard the lunch program as a possible motion to keep into the budget. PCTV, I think I'd like to come back to, but are there any council members that have any other items that they'd like to discuss from an operating standpoint? Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Okay, so earlier I mentioned I had one micro idea. It means it's a small line item, but I'm wondering how, whether, again, if it's funding that can be suspended for a while until the city finds an alternative source of funding other than the general fund to have it available, and that is stipends for high school student internships. This was proposed a couple of years ago. This current year, there was an allocation of $8,700. That's about half the cost of the loss that's mentioned with regard to the senior program. So I could see that instead of having that program, that we use those funds toward the senior program, senior meals. So that's one contribution there. I'd like to consider it a contribution. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Just to be clear and to kind of set the stage, we're looking at 550,000. 8,000 is definitely part of that. We're looking at a good number there, almost 1%. But PCTV is the lion's share of this, and we'll get to this. So I can. So back to council. Is there any other items that you'd like to have us discuss as we try to whittle this down, keeping in mind that the city manager would like to see $75,000, $100,000 tops in this budget. So, or in this recommendation leading into July 1st. Councilmember Toms, is there anything jumping out at you?
As far as to retain, or that I'd be comfortable?
To retain, to modify, because obviously we're going to want to give motions to city staff.
As much as it pains me to talk about reducing senior meals, there are folks that do, during the 3 days that they're provided, can get additional meals to take home. So that's, a thought. But, I did have a side conversation with staff about, other meal programs in other areas. I think at this point, we just need.
If I can offer a little bit, the CalFresh program and a lot of, I think Councilmember Sasai mentioned the HR1 program being reduced. That is hitting every community everywhere, and it's hitting hard. And the problem with this is usually legislation like this doesn't impact you for another 6 months.
Right.
So we're trying to curb that over time. So I would say that lunch issue we'll get to, but if there's any other items, because I'd like to take them in order and have a deeper discussion, because for PCTV, I see a couple options that I want to make sure staff hears from me and some ideas. Is there anything?
Nothing
jumping out? Okay. Councilmember Sasai, is there any other items that you want us to consider as we try to attack this 550?
No, the two that I mentioned are it.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go with the easy ones first, which I want to support the lunches going back to 4 days. I think that's $15K that we can try to chase down in preparation for a real food need that I think everybody is kind of feeling, intuition, experience during COVID. I remember that being one of our critical services. So I'd like to make a motion to keep the lunch in the budget, and the staff work to try to find the $15,000 to make that happen.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second. Now we'll bring it back for discussion.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Councilmember Martinez Rubin mentioned eliminating the stipends.
One item at a time.
Right, but that was to offset it. Okay.
One item at a time. Just because we'll be here all night going back and forth.
Okay.
So there is a motion on the floor, but if there is some pros and cons, I'd love to hear any comments or concerns, or do we want to try to take a vote for it?
Go with the vote.
Yeah.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Noting that Mayor Pro Tem Murphy is absent, Mayor Tave.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, the internships, we'll take that item as the 8K. And currently, city manager, we could confirm that there's 3. How many how many interns do we have currently on?
Paid
0.
Paid interns.
Paid interns. 0. Okay. In the past, how many paid interns did we have?
We had 2 for a period of time, but we haven't had one. It's been for just city council interns we're talking about, right? Yes.
City council interns.
2.
2. Okay. Council member Sasai, I believe you had success with that program. Would you like to make any comments or add any input?
Yeah, I mean, I believe in the success and impact of that program. It was a great addition. Again, as I stated right now, as we're dealing with this deficit issue here, the priority has to be our staff. And so I'm not just looking at our city council interns here. I'm looking at the PCTV interns. I'm looking at the interns under these different department housing element summer interns that are paid. I would love to dive deeper into that to see what are the impacts should we eliminate those paid internship programs, not just the city council ones.
Okay, so are we looking at the full internship program? But we're going to talk to PCTV because that also had interns in there as well. But I think Councilmember Martinez Rubin was looking at the 3 that are budgeted for council, and apparently I think we only have 2 since the program's inception.
2 previously, currently 0. Yes.
So I would say that a reduction is probably in order, but I would ask that we keep at least 1 intern so that the program does maintain some level of opportunity for students.
Okay, if I may,
Just a
this is
discussion.
discussion, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so that requires a council member actually being available to function as their guide, or I'm not sure what they call themselves. So the question then is, at least from
You mean
among
ourselves, right?
Ourselves, yeah.
right.
At least among ourselves, is it realistic to anticipate that any one of us will be available to function that way and have a high school person be their intern? It hasn't been the case this year, right? Nor the year prior. So how I see it is that it's not going to happen just because that's the way our lives are these days. And I don't honestly think they're going to change, at least not in 25, 26. And that's why I would propose that we consider that program suspended until such time when there's a need again, and availability of council members to do as was intended, and which was to guide the high school students, not to leave this as something that staff adds on to what they're doing, because that's just
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that we're looking to take this program off the books and then reintroduce that program when there seems to be a discussion across council to do so.
I'll second that.
Well, we need a motion.
Okay, I'll move that the stipends for high school students that are currently, at least in this fiscal year, or in the council's budget, be eliminated in fiscal year 26-27.
I'll second.
Okay, can we have a vote?
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
No.
Was that a yes or no?
That was a no.
Thank you. Noting for the record, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy is absent. Mayor Tave.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, so now the lion's share. We're up to, we were at 550, we're now at 557. So we're going the wrong way. But understood, good programs, okay? Now, questions I had for PCTV, which I kind of let everybody give comment, but to the city manager, PCTV, you mentioned enterprise. If PCTV were to act as an enterprise fund, the way my math is working right now is that we have about 2 months left of salary, which equates to about 55,000 or so a month to run PCTV by taking a straight line number of the 600,000 that it takes to run, or 680,000 that it takes to run it, straight lined over a 12-month process, right? With the current budget that you're proposing, that would get us into July and August. Can an enterprise, I guess the theory is that it would fund itself, right? That means that all revenue that PCTV generates would go back to PCTV, meaning the charges to the city would go back. The charges to all our different vendors and customers, or I would say customers, just think of it as a business, would come back to this program, generating $200K, right? That's really what we're doing. How does an enterprise, like for example, the sewer enterprise, if for whatever reason the sewer enterprise was running in the negative, the city's responsibility would be to cover that negative. But that doesn't mean that the sewer would stop, right? How does the city fund, finance an enterprise so that it becomes self-sustainable?
If I could, ideally, you would have reserve funds and a reserve program for it, say 30% reserves to cover those shortfalls. That's, generally
about 180,000.
Yeah. And so
if
that
we're looking
would
straight.
cover, those kind of dips or stabilize it.
So they would need 180K going into the next fiscal year to augmented by 180K would give us another 3 months. So July, August, September, November, and December. So we would have to wait till, the revenue plus the $200,000 in revenue that they're going to make, and then an additional 180,000 in reserves gets us to January. And I guess my question is that enough to stand up a program like PCTV to run on its own? Because I think the grand jury report is asking, hey guys, you keep supplementing this year on year. This is not working for the platinum service compared to other services. And I'm imagining grants. I'm imagining the freedom of an enterprise to start working as an enterprise in outreach. I mean, is there a strong business plan that we could develop for PCTV to continue? Question mark. I mean,
Could and will, maybe, could there be a model? But the model currently is 200,000.
Okay.
So we're trying to ask it basically to increase fourfold, 3 to 4-fold.
Right.
Are there that many customers out there that it can serve? There may be some special districts, some agencies. I think an incredible stretch would be doubling, but triple or quadruple is a huge task within 6 months. Or I guess the other question is, what happens then? If it doesn't hit it, does it completely dissolve away?
Well, I mean, that's the question. I don't think
that's-
that question's ever been. I mean, we said that we haven't operated as an enterprise for the last 10 years ago, or whatever the number was, that we've been supplementing to the tune of about 4.8 million if we're just straight line math, right? I know that's probably higher for the last 10 years. So I think anybody on a grand jury would say, wait a second, what's going on, right? And look at that cost. How does an organization provide that level of service and generate that revenue? Or we double our revenue, our prices, right? That's another way to double. If it was double and we doubled our prices, there's your fourfold.
Provided clients are willing to pay. I think
Well,
PCT.
they got one, right? we have to pay. I mean,
yes, but if I may,
please.
PCTV has attempted to find additional locations to record. Perhaps that experience has to be revisited, or those efforts have to be revisited. Because frankly, I don't recall how successful they were, but evidently not as successful as desired, because here we are, right?
To date, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, I have never seen an actual plan. I mean, outside of, I know we had one. I believe we were talking about that. But a revenue generating plan. We've mentioned it at council. We've talked about grants. We've talked about reaching out to, I think one of the members in the audience said, well, there's car dealerships, there's other businesses that might be able to help support this program. And I'm just trying to understand what steps have we taken to try to support this?
Okay.
I mean, that's a real question.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
what has
Yeah.
that thought
And
been?
I'm sure Mr. Snell would contribute to whatever information would answer that question, because there have been attempts. Whether those same efforts are, again, feasible at this point. And I keep thinking about external conditions. So much of the expenses that are incurred
Right.
by a city are affected by the economics of things
Mhm.
and the higher cost of things. Now, if we're trying to be responsive to the grand jury report, I suppose that part of the response is going to include mentioning that, and also the expectation that the public has. But we again go to expectation versus what can we do if we look at it not as a municipality, but I think this is also what the grand jury kind of looks at. Is a business model applicable here? Because if it were a business model, we wouldn't be in business at all.
Agreed, but I don't think anybody's looked at it as a business like that, because we don't have a business plan, do we? I'm asking.
Not to my knowledge.
So we can ask for that.
Well, I agree, but what the suggestion?
What will that do? Really? Is it going to yield the funds that we need today?
Well, you can take the $200,000 of revenue that you're generating. You can go to a bank just like any other business and say, "Hey, look, this is our business model. This is the revenue we anticipate generating," and grow that business. Now, I'm not sure if that's the way we want to go, but to date, and I think Councilmember Sasai mentioned this, what is the plan for PCTV, and what, if any? And if we don't have one, then this is a very real thing that hey, look, we can't afford it anymore.
It is a very real thing, and then I don't want to leave up in the air that we can go to a bank, because I don't believe that cities can go to a bank. There are only certain numbers of certain ways that cities can accept revenues, and so perhaps we can address that.
Yeah, let's do that.
They would look at that as some kind of, or they'd want to tie it back to the general fund.
Mm-hmm. I see. Okay.
We always have to have, what is it? When you take out a loan, something has to back it up. Just like right now, property taxes back up certain things. Yeah, so that's the point.
I guess we're not going to come up with a business plan in the next few weeks. Okay. Yes.
I just have a thought.
Oh, please, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm just thinking of, if we did have to do worst-case scenario and eliminate the general fund subsidy, it's not clear to me what would be left of the program and what that looks like. For instance, I'm assuming if we did not approve the transfer from the general fund, I believe that we also would not be getting the $29,000 revenue for external services. The internal department transfers, is that something that would survive? What would a program look like? And that's something that's just not clear to me. And, I know we have to, this is a big issue that we do have to address. I want to know what it looks like after, if we ended up having to do the worst-case scenario.
So I agree. I mean, I think that's fair to understand that. So that would be June 16th would be the turnaround to really discuss this item. But it does seem like a slippery slope. Once you cut one thing, then revenue goes down. You get into the service death spiral, and then you really don't have enough revenue to do it. Okay. I did want to ask about so right now we are going to be taking on the capital planning, right? And this is exactly what the grand jury said not to do, was take one-time funds to supplement ongoing costs, right? But it seems like that's what we're pushing ourselves into if we were to have that discussion, is trying to generate some type of revenue off of by taking from something else. And I don't think that that's a good idea either. I think I did want to ask about and I know this is a stretch, but it's kind of a Hail Mary. We talked about the road impact fee. When do we expect to be able to use the road impact fee? And is that tied to just roads? Is that come to the general fund? And I mean, this really, to the public, this is a Hail Mary, right? We're trying to figure out, okay, can we alleviate some of our Measure S costs to offset, if at all possible? And I know that's probably not going to happen.
We will be able to utilize the fund starting in July of this year.
And how much have we accumulated over 1 year?
1.2 million.
So we're going to be up 1.2 million specific to roads, though. Is that correct?
Yes, because it's generated with the collection of the trash that reflects the impacts of garbage trucks on the roads.
So it makes sense for it to be a return to source fund.
Yeah.
Does that free up Measure S fund or any other tax revenue?
I will go through the CIP budget following the operations, but there isn't necessarily relevant applications.
Well,
we'll go through it.
Right. City Manager Evans, do you see a scenario where that could happen? It doesn't feel like it can.
It's a long shot because there are certain Measure S type activities for roads and other things that really
belong to roads.
And the CIP really needs it. Yeah, great question, though.
Well, I mean, I don't know, so I'm throwing that out there as an opportunity or a scenario, but I know it's a long shot. Okay, so I'm looking at the PCTV and looking if there is a motion on the floor, if we can get a motion to make a decision on how to move forward with this.
And Mayor, I have I think it's comment and then possibly a motion, if
Sure.
possible. My hand down here. I'm wondering about the $480,000 number. And the Durham City Manager mentioned if that is added to the shortfall at this point, what that means for number of FTEs in the city and what the impact is. And it's pretty dire, right? We need to look into how we can dive in the $480,000 number and decrease it down to the point where it is not impacting staffing within PCTV at that level. And I think all those details, I don't think we can take it on here tonight. It's 9:30, we can't do it in time to the CIP, but I would recommend that the Finance Subcommittee call a meeting between now and the next City Council meeting to really investigate that and figure out with the interim city manager, with the finance director and city treasurer, how can we get that $480,000 number down without impacting staffing that we have with PCTV. I'm wondering, Mayor, I know you're in that subcommittee, if you have interest, if that's a possibility.
I think for me, the hard part about that is I think there needs to be some time for staff to digest this 480. And that's fine, but we have a very short window to do that. On top of that, I think the city manager made it very clear that it equates to 3 positions from somewhere. And so if it's not PCTV, it might be police. If it's not police, it might be public works. If it's not public work, I mean, we're not going to make this 480,000, disappear. But we can try to spread it out. We could try to talk a little bit about what those scenarios might look like. But I think this is a very real issue and a very real deficiency in our budget. So we have to ask ourselves, can we support this? We've already got a third-party grand jury that said you can't support it. And the scenario that was just put in front of us shows we can't support it. So the question to the city manager and staff is there some viability here of reducing that 480? We could supplement with one-time funds, but I don't think I can't support that after receiving the grand jury report, especially all the hard work staff has done to get us to this point. So I think just as a council, we have to really decide, do we want to go through the effort? I think it's warranted considering this is one of our oldest services in the city that has been public facing, to see if there is any opportunities there. But it does not look like that's the case.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned, is there, reducing the $480,000 cut to see if we can, have a period of transition, for another 3 months or 6 months. I think that's something that is worth considering.
Just so that we have enough runway to have
Right.
have a discussion. I mean,
Right.
I don't feel like
And then I just wanted to clarify something that our interim city manager mentioned. If we don't do this, we'd be looking at a deficit of $557,000, which is 3 FTEs. But if we did do it, is it 2 FTEs or is it 1.5? I mean, we need to have all that information in front of us.
there's also the 94,000 from the library that we saved, but again, that's the one-time fund or one-time monies.
Yes.
Okay.
Another, maybe thought to lay out here is you cut it in half and just say our plan is to go to even, if you will, in 2 years. So next year the subsidy will be no more than 240,000. You still have the different contracts, and they've got a year to figure out.
So you're saying 2 bricks in the yellow brick
but
road.
you were going to add something to
Right.
the but.
Okay.
But our job as staff now is, can we find 240, or at least give you options, additional options for that consideration. If we can get the finance subcommittee, great. But if we can't, to the council to talk about this on the 16th. Remember, we just need to approve a budget. You can change it as many times as you want starting July 1. You just need to approve a budget before then so we can conduct business. But I think there is a way we can lay out the plan, and we'll start in earnest tomorrow morning with staff. How do we get to that 240 or closer to 300,000 in cuts additional? There are a couple that I have in mind, but I've got to talk to the departments to see if that's really a number in there or not.
I just wanted to bring up 2 items. Councilmember Sasai mentioned, another finance committee meeting. I'm wondering if we should hold, some additional dates in case it can't be done on the 16th. Should we be looking at reserving the 23rd? I just want to throw that out there. And then the other piece is, in the next 2 weeks before the next meeting, we might have an idea of what kind of carryover might look like. I know that, having one-time funds for ongoing budget is not the way to go, but this, it might ease the hurt. if we know that number.
Okay.
Okay.
We're looking for.
My response first about another meeting. Yeah, we have done that in the past, held another meeting to actually adopt the budget. So that gives us some time, so I would be in support of that. Meeting on the 23rd. I will move that we meet on the 23rd as a council,
If needed,
as if needed.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move that we reserve June 23rd for a subsequent council meeting if we cannot get everything done on the 16th.
Okay, is that including the PCTV direction?
Oh, hopefully, we will have that wrapped up, but I just want to think ahead of time because we're close to the end of June, and there was, yeah, I just want to make sure that people have time to plan and hold the date.
Sure. Okay, there was a motion.
I'll second.
Second. Motion Tom's, Councilmember Tom's, second, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
And the motion is to hold a meeting on the 23rd if the budget is not approved on the 16th.
Right.
Correct. Okay. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Noting for the record, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy is absent. Mayor Tave?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. All right, so, seeing no other questions, I think staff has direction and we'll look for the updated corrections and recommendations. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, let me get back to the agenda. All right, so we're at 9:41, and we have item 11B. I would just ask, in the interest of time, I know the council had given a lot of feedback our last meeting. Director, if we can keep some of the highlights to what has changed, while still providing a overview of the plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, Honorable Mayor and council members, that's actually my plan out of respect of your time. But if I may share one small thing, because I feel that I provided a short answer when I was at the podium. The communications team have been providing Public Works tremendous help. And there is the possibility, possibly as part of the business plan, because they do provide educational material and information on the various projects. So for these efforts, we could possibly charge the projects.
I see. Okay. So there's a potential revenue. Okay. Yeah, we look forward to the discussion and hopefully a few solutions at our next meeting. Yeah, a narrow gap. Yeah. Okay, Director, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I will provide summary information on the 5-year CIP while highlighting the fiscal year 26-27 capital projects. And I will mainly focus on the changes since the council last heard the CIP information. Next slide, please. As you know, the CIP contains 49 projects and 7 infrastructure assessments, which haven't changed. What changed is for fiscal year 26-27, one of the projects was pushed to year 27-28. Next slide, please. Also, a new addition to the project charters is the actual prioritization as high, medium, or low. Most of the low items are in future years, not fiscal year 26-27, with information on whether it's annual or phased and so forth. And the prioritization was set based on whether there is mandated reporting, such as to the water board, or standards that we have to meet, such as the METCD, the priority needs in view of deficiencies, and if with the impacts of having these deficiencies long-term, the funding sources and the deadlines for grants, and the project schedule and any ongoing work, and coordination with consultants, contractors, and other agencies. Next slide, please. If you recall, there used to be one additional project for upgrade of the corporation yard. It was fully funded by Measure S, 400,000, and that was postponed to the following fiscal year to minimize the impacts on Measure S. And other projects were also had reductions in their budget. The first item, the battery storage, the only change there is the reduction of the local match of 50,000. So the project is fully funded by the grant. The second item, the 250,000 for out of the gross impact fees for upgrades to the tiny tots, we consider that as a high priority given the condition of the facility. Next slide, please. The amount that's planned for the upgrades to the swimming pools, giving the efforts and all the repairs and upgrades we've already carried out this fiscal year, the amount was reduced to 200,000, and it would mainly be for lining the pools, as well as if there is leftover funds to replace the benches in the locker rooms. The following project had no changes. The overall Measure S funds allocated for that is actually divided over a 2-year period, the 118,000. So the first year is only 75,000. With the majority of the funds is grant funded. City Hall, as I explained last time, the 100,000 is actually a continuation of what was allotted this fiscal year. It was not fully spent, so it's being moved to next fiscal year. Next slide, please. These projects are rated as high based on the needs. Although the public safety building, we split the 400,000 over a 2-year period, with only 170,000 for the immediate needs, given the conditions of the bathrooms, cleaning the vents, and so forth. The second item is high priority, no change to that, for upgrading the senior center. And the roofs, given the backlog, this is not actually a full roof. These are the different repairs needed for the various facilities. Next slide, please. We also need to continue with the remaining upgrades to the dog park, in addition to other parks upgrades. So that was kept as is. The rehabilitation of Pinole Valley Road, that's the remaining funds from this fiscal year for the installation of the prefabricated restrooms. That's not new allocation. The Fernandez Park also has needs for the playgrounds, the seats, and so forth. The amount has not changed. Next slide, please. The top project is TBD. It's grant funded, but it will be discussed in other meetings whether we would proceed with the upgrades or not, given that it's a private property currently. And the following project is rated as medium. So this would be a project, if desired by the City Council, that could be rescheduled. It would be funded by gross impact fees, and it's fully funded. There is sufficient fund for it. Next slide, please. All of the sanitary sewer projects are funded by enterprise funds. They are mostly high in their rating, but they are not impacting the city's general fund. And we would like to progress with the capital improvements, including the ongoing replacements of the blowers and the various trunk lines replacement. There are additional projects, as well as the upgrades at the treatment plants, starting with the solar and battery storage. Next slide, please. As I mentioned last time, we extended the private sewer lateral program to provide assistance to the community longer term with $100,000 per year, rather for the 5 years, rather than $150,000 only for 1 year. Similarly, the 2 other projects that is phased because the sewer capacity under Pinion 3, that's actually for the upgrades on San Pablo Avenue, Appian, and Meadow. And effluent outfall, the amount shown, that's for design and part of the construction. It's over more than 1 year. Next slide, please. I apologize if I'm moving too fast. It's really out of respect of your time.
No, I think we're moving very well. Thanks.
Thank you. These projects are also either phased or ongoing, the continuation of the upgrade of the lab, for example. And because of the size of the rehabilitation of the 2 pump stations is divided up on 2 years rather than the initially planned. Next slide, please. These are the 2 stormwater projects planned for fiscal year 26, 27, and I will provide a little bit of more details in that regard. The bottom one, that's for the trash capture devices, other upgrades, and reporting to the water board. By moving some of the staff time to the waste account, I was able to clear about $120,000 that would be utilized for that mandated work. For the before and after reviews and the reporting and associated minor upgrades. The second project is the storm drain system improvements of $150,000. That's it's an annual program that's phased out. For example, we use this project to replace the collapsed line connecting Dolores Court with the creek this year. And this coming year, we're planning to replace a collapsed line again on Buckskin. So for your consideration. Next slide, please. These are projects that are ongoing or about to commence, funded by grants. The San Pablo Avenue Bridge, actually overall for the various phases, would be receiving over $30 million in grants. What's shown here is just the expenditure expected for 26-27. Similarly, for the Bay Trail Gap closure, it's receiving close to $3 million in grants. What's shown is fiscal year 26-27. The TDA is the recently awarded grant for the Hawk Signal. Next slide, please. To clarify, with regards to the pavement rehabilitation project, the total budget for the request for bids that's currently posted on the city's website due on Monday, in addition to the one that will be published at the end of July or first week of August, the total is about $3.7 million. The second projects, this is an annual program because of all the accessibility requirements and potential liabilities associated with that. Similarly, for the improvements like the installation of curb ramps and so forth. And some of these funds, not the whole amount, is being planned to be combined with the pavement rehabilitation projects for the 26 ramps that we're planning to install. Next slide, please. The pavement markings and signage upgrades is rated high and phased given the standard requirements and the condition where the city is at currently. The street lights, although at the time when I was preparing the CIP, I rated it at medium, but given the operational cuts that we were informed of last week, I would actually rate this at high presently, because it would be the available funds to replace street lights or add street lights. The following one is for the city signals upgrade. And the amount that's, it wouldn't just for the accessibility upgrades to the signals and so forth, but the county, for example, is planning a continuation of the ITS project. And that would act as our local match. Next slide, please. This project was also rated as high and annual. Given the operational cuts, it's needed to maintain the planned work in the 5 city zones for potholing, signs, pavement marking, and so forth. The transition plan update, that's high, and actually we're required to complete it by the end of the year, the calendar year by Caltrans. The following project, that's shovel ready, and we recently completed the design, not to lose on the grant, and the additional funds from arterial street rehabilitation to complete the construction. Next slide, please. The top 2 projects for traffic calming and safe routes to schools, I referred that they are high for fiscal year 26-27 because, again, we're combining some of these funds to the pavement rehabilitation project. We're using some of it. But looking at the project charters from the following year onward for the rest of the 5 years, they're not funded. And their priority could be considered in the future. The Old Town traffic calming, given that there are no associated mandates or grants and so forth, it's rated as medium, but this is really for council consideration, whether you would rate it as high or not. The following projects is high, it's ongoing, it's about to be implemented within the next few months by the county and the TA. This is just our local match. Next slide, please. There is no budget associated with the first item, funded by grant led by the county. The second item is high, ongoing, with expectation to be completed before the end of the calendar year. The following item is high, not to lose out on the grant. It's about 1,500 feet from El Sobrante going north. Although we're planning, based on the cost estimate, we're planning to exceed that distance. Next slide, please. These are the 2 last infrastructure assessments, one for 20,000 for the additional community workshop and associated potential revisions to the report. And the second one is for completion and finalization of the recycled water feasibility study. Next slide, please. So we are currently at the 3rd step with the CIP will be reviewed by the Planning Commission on June 8th for consistency with the land uses and policies and goals, and will be considered by TAPS on June 10th, with consideration by the City Council on June 16th and possibly the 23rd. Next slide, please. This is an overall summary. Fiscal year 26-27 would have a total budget of about 19,699,000, including 2 million of gas tax funds, 1,250,000 Measure J, 4.9 million of transportation grants, 1.2 million of CRIMED grants, 5.4 million enterprise funds, 1.9 of gross impact fees, and so forth. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, let's bring it back to council for any questions on the CIP.
Thank you for your presentation.
Councilmember Toms, no questions?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Signal.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, go ahead.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Just presenting it, just hearing the presentation is tiring. So I'm very serious when I ask you this. When I saw the staff report and the full CIP, I found it very helpful. I've been finding it very helpful with all the explanatory notes and the who funds what, or what is funded, what funds which project. So thank you for presenting that again in the packet for tonight's meeting. Given that there are so many high priority items, most of them are high priority items. And again, I will ask something that I mentioned at our last meeting, given available staff and hopefully someone coming on board. Will the projects be at some level? I just held myself kept myself from saying, will they be completed? They won't be completed. So, but they will be at some level of development. Yes?
Yes, they will be. Some of the projects extend over more than 1 year, and one of the information that will be shared with the City Council, at least the infrastructure subcommittee, is the information about all of the projects, including the consultants and contractors on board. We have close to 20, I would want to say, between consultants and contractors helping with the projects, in addition to filling the vacancies.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sai.
No questions, thanks.
Okay, we'll open it up for public comment. Madam Clerk.
Rafael Menace.
Good evening again. Just the same question I've been asking the last few times this item comes up. When are we going to see the vehicle impact fee actually have numbers associated with that line item on things like page 199 and, you know, all the other times it shows up, page 199, page 202, you know, over and over again, you've got basically a blank line for the vehicle impact fee. And I know that staff has been saying that you actually have numbers that you will be able to use in July, and July is when you're going to start seeing the numbers for the CIP showing up. So when is it going to actually show up in these documents? Will it be by the 16th, by the 8th? That's my question. Thank you.
City manager. Well, I know there's a combination
It'll
of.
show up in the 16th version, but we were trying to make sure Mr. Menace was reading the documents.
Oh, I see. But I know there's
there
city manager, public works, and legal.
In a serious response, sorry, I apologize. Because there are the way we can reflect when the funds are available. Generally, what we've talked about is, although funds are becoming available July 1, we may show them or reflect July, August, September's in a grouping on October 1, because we have to wait a certain amount of period. And then January 1, you'd see that next quarter that's coming available. But we will reflect it as it'll be 3/4 of what we would expect per year that first year.
Great. Okay.
And if I may add, the 3.7 million that I mentioned for the pavement rehabilitation between the two projects, that would be in time for the second request for bids in late July, early August. The 1.2 million would be simply added to that and will increase the scope of the project.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Any other public comment?
That concludes public comment.
Okay. Coming back to council for discussion and motion.
I do have a few comments and some motions, Mayor, if that's okay to make motions at this time.
Councilmember Sai, go ahead.
All right. I know it's late, folks, both public and staff. Yeah, just seeing the priority scores and being able to understand now, like, even though project is funded, it does reduce capacity for staff to prioritize what we really do need and have vocalized as priorities for our city. First thing I'm looking at here, as I read through this revised proposed CIP, is the facilities real estate master plan. I know that's not something that was a council request. From my understanding, talking with staff, we do have some type of inventory of our city properties here in Pinole right now. I think this might have popped up last fiscal year. I would like to move that we move this project to the unfunded.
To unfunded.
And I'm sorry. So actually, when you read this document, it says unfunded, right? But for some reason, it's still in the CIP. I'm not sure if staff can explain that, but if it's unfunded, it should actually already be been funded. Can staff explain that real quick?
Can you just clarify which project that is?
This is the real estate master plan, facilities and real estate master plan.
It's Project Infrastructure 2301 that's planned for fiscal year 27-28. And it's planned for 200,000 out of Measure S. It's not planned for fiscal year 26-27. The thought is for the City Council to consider its priority in a future year, unless you would like to change that.
Right. And thank you for the clarification there. And also knowing that it's not funded for this next fiscal year, but still, I feel that we do have an inventory of properties here in Pinole. $200,000 is a lot. That could even be a sale price on a piece of city-owned property that we do have. So this was not something that was originated from the council. It was a staff reco. And so I feel that those funds could be used somewhere that could really benefit people of Pinole. $200,000 is a ton of money. So I'll just make a motion to eliminate the facilities and real estate master plan from the CIP completely.
Okay, I'll second. Any discussion, question?
Well, if we're not, if we're not going to do anything with the funds on the CIP, we're not doing anything with the funds that would be allocated, but they haven't been allocated yet. Is that correct? Yeah,
Yes,
they haven't been allocated yet, so it doesn't affect this year's budget to have on the CIP appear $200,000 for consideration in the next fiscal year. So it doesn't make sense to me to reduce it altogether. Again, environments change, conditions change, need may still be there, and I would just leave it as is. It doesn't affect us at this point.
I understand that, and I would say too, in a question to staff, do you foresee any sort of outside funding, a grant funding, to fully fund a master plan like this?
Yes, there are planning types grant funds that we could look into. And to be transparent, I never actually looked at the 200,000 number to assess, given the existing information, whether we would need that much or not. This number has been on the books for a number of years, so I could look into that as well and see what would be reasonable.
And thank you so much. And the mayor, I'll also say too, that takes staff capacity to research those grants and to apply for those grants. And it might not even happen in the first round, it might happen in the second or third round. But what I said previously is that we have an inventory already of properties of the city. And I don't think that we need a facilities and real estate master plan to tell us that, when the price to get that master plan could equate to some properties that we do own in the city already. So I don't think that's something that we should kick the can down the road, have the future city council think about this and maybe prioritize this. I think it's just something that's looming over our heads, an idea that, quite honestly, did not originate from this council. So that's my comments.
Understood. It looks like city manager has
If I could, real quick.
his hand up.
Mr. Mayor, and that is Measure S money, which is general fund money. So even if it's potentially allocated, that is taking away resources from something else if you're not completely sure you need it in 2 years. And to the council member's point, staff can create a general gist of the available properties, what their annual maintenance is, without needing to spend $200,000.
Got it. Okay, so there was a motion and second on the floor. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Toms.
I'm going to say no.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
What? Repeat the motion, please.
My understanding is to remove this project from the CIP.
The project being the creation of
Real estate master.
real estate master plans. Okay, I'll vote to eliminate it. Yes, okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Noting for the, I'm sorry, Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Noting for the record, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy is absent. Mayor Tave.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Mayor, could I continue with some additional motions here?
Yeah.
All right, so we got through that one. I want to mention the Plum Street parking lot. This is something that I think might be the only project on here in the CIP that is marked as a low priority. Many you see as high phased, high in progress, medium, but this is something that has been a discussion in the past. And I would like to move this project to the unfunded. And yeah, that's my motion. Thank you.
The Plum Street parking.
If I may clarify, that's project FA 2302, scheduled for fiscal year 27-28 for $220,000 out of gross impact fees.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And I have a comment. I know that there's a motion, but if there's a second, I have a comment.
Okay. I'll second.
Okay. My comment is that we have an infrastructure subcommittee, and this is not for this current fiscal year. It would be helpful if there's concerns like this, if it was forwarded over to the subcommittee so we can vet it. We've got a whole year to think about, making changes to projects that are on the books for 27-28. And I would just think that the subcommittee should take a deeper look at this.
Okay. Any?
Yeah, I do have a comment, Mayor.
Yeah, please go ahead.
And the infrastructure subcommittee is also free to take a look at the projects that are on the unfunded and recommend in future years to move back to funded. At this point in time, understanding that our road rehabilitation projects will not just take 1 year, right? It's not just take fiscal year 26, 27. It's going to take 27, 28, 2029. It's in phases. And again, it's one of those things that we should not be losing our focus in terms of our capital projects. We really have to get to the root of what Pinoleans want, which is making sure our roads are paved. So again, the motion is to move this project to unfunded. Again, the subcommittee can take a look at unfunded projects in years later and make a recommendation.
Okay, so see no other comment. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yeah, a question again. Again, what is the project?
This is the Plum Street parking lot.
Plum Street.
That's the safety building parking lot. And the plan was to make it more secured with appropriate
Behind City
fencing
Hall.
and
South of City Hall.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Toms?
No.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
No.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Noting for the record, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy is absent. Mayor Tave?
No.
Motion fails.
All right, thank you. And I'll just comment that I do intend on bring this back to discussion in the last part of our budget cycle here. Another one I want to bring up here, Mayor, is the upgrade of city pools, which is another one of those that was not on the priority score of having a high priority score. So I would like to move that we defer this project one fiscal year. Again, give staff capacity to prioritize roads.
And can you repeat what project that is?
Yes, this is the upgrade of city pools. And that's FA 2502.
Thank you.
It's FA 2502, planned for 200,000 in fiscal year 26-27 out of gross impact fees, mainly for the lining of the pools. We've replaced quite a bit of equipment, including the panels, the two pumps, and the auto filler. The pools could survive one or and there is also the shed that needs to be upgraded, and the benches in the locker room that needs to be replaced. So there are additional upgrades that are
Okay. So it looks like there's a motion. Second?
Nope.
Okay, I'll second it.
And can I have clarification? The motion is to defer this project to the next fiscal year. Was that correct?
yes.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So before we vote, I just had a question. Can a pool lining means that there's a leak, right? Or potential cracks in the pool?
There is damage, yes.
Okay.
It's not full lining. It's only 200,000. It's mostly repairs of damaged areas.
So let me just make sure I understand. So you're walking in the pool, there's broken pieces of pool at the bottom, concrete okay, got it. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Toms?
No.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
No.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Noting for the record, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy is absent. Mayor Tave?
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you. And again, I'll bring it up in the last part of the budget cycle. My last one I want to bring up is the skate park rehabilitation. And I'll try to get the project number here for you all if you already don't have it. If staff can help me out here, and which page are the
PA 2202.
PA 2202. Yeah, so that's funded for this year, growth impact fees, fully funded. And sorry, yeah. So I just want to bring this up because again, this is something that, you know, it's not something that most residents bring up. Again, they bring up roads. Funding for this next fiscal year is going to take away capacity from other projects that are of concern to Pinoleans. My motion is to defer the skate park rehabilitation project to fiscal year 27-28.
Okay, do we have a second?
Nope.
Okay, seeing no second. All right. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
no
And just
second.
thank you, Mayor. One closing comment. We'll be bring this back up for discussion in the next time we have the CIP coming back to us. We have to dial in and focus on roads this fiscal year. We can't do it if we keep funding these projects that are not going to get completed anyways. So, thank you.
If I can just make a follow-up comment, is that there is current damage to the skate park. There's uneven pavement, which is dangerous for kids. And if it continues, it would have to be closed, cordoned off. And so I think it is a high priority. So thank you.
Thank you. And through the mayor, as a follow-up, I just say that the priority score on the CIP marks as a medium. There are projects that are prioritized as that's a high priority, it's in progress, or it's phased.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Sai, and the dialogue. Okay, so we are looking for, and do we have a motion for, or do you guys have direction moving forward? Do we need anything? Resolution or anything?
I kept notes of the recommendations, including the project that would be removed from the CIP. And if I may clarify, the unfunded projects that are included in the packet, they're not really forgotten because we are applying for grants for their implementation. They're not part of the CIP, for example. But some of them, the signals project would fall under the umbrella signal upgrades. The local road safety plan, we're currently pursuing a grant for multiple of the improvements recommended as part of those unfunded projects. So they're not really forgotten.
Okay. Thank you, Director, and thank you for the report. All right, so we'll move on to item 12A. We don't have any, 12, new business. We don't have any. So we'll do our second citizens to be heard, item 13.
Rafael Menes.
Good evening. For the final time this evening, for Council staff, members of the public, my name is Rafael Mess, a resident of Pinole, and I have two topics I'd like to talk about tonight. First, as it turns out, there is a third airborne disease besides influenza A and COVID-19 that I've been mentioning. There's also a third one called RSV, which is why I'm wearing a mask, because it's been spreading through my household through the past few weeks. And while I'm no longer symptomatic as of yesterday, as far as I know, there's still some risk of transmission even slightly outside of the symptom period, so wearing the mask to err on the side of caution for everybody here. It's not particularly pleasant. It's not as dire as COVID or anything like that, but, you know, I like being able to breathe through my nose. Secondly, in the remaining 2 minutes or so that I have, I want to go ahead and read through the text of the civil grand jury report's recommendations and findings. I think that's enough time to make it through most of it. So, finding number 1, the City of Pinole's fiscal year 25-26 operating budget is characterized as structurally balanced in its budget documents. Finding 2, Pinole's fiscal year 25-26 operating budget achieves structural balance by relying on a general fund reduction to pay for one-time initiatives. Finding 3, within the fiscal year 25-26 operating budget, deficits are projected in the Recreation Department, $1.8 million, the Building and Planning Department, $900,000, and the city-sponsored cable TV station, $400,000. Finding 4, Pinole's finance staff project the annual operating budget deficits will increase, growing to a $5.6 billion deficit for fiscal year 2029/30. Finding 5, Pinole generated operating deficits due to expenditures exceeding revenues in 4 of the 5 years prior to fiscal year 2025/26. Finding 6, by relying on reserves to pay for one-time expenditures for the most recent 3 budget cycles, 23-24 through 25-26, Pinole is not compliant with its financial policies. Finding 7, Pinole has a total sales tax rate of 10.25%, among the highest of any city in Contra Costa County. Finding 8, in council meetings and workshops, Pinole officials have acknowledged the difficulty of obtaining voter approval for additional tax measures. Finding 9, Pinole's long-term financial forecast projects 10 years of operating deficits beginning in fiscal year 2026-27. Finding 18, the April 2024 Baker Tilly Strategic Planning Financial Report projects 20 years of operating deficits through fiscal year 2024/45. Finding 11, the Baker Tilly Report emphasized a need for urgency in addressing ongoing deficit spending. Finding 12, Pinole's CalPERS unfunded pension liabilities have increased from $18 million in 2014 to $47 million in 2024, an increase of 150%. Finding 13, Pinole's most recent reported CalPERS annual obligation in 2024 was $6.5 million. Finding 14, the CalPERS obligation is projected to increase by more than 10% in fiscal year 2026/27. Finding 15, Pinole's Section 115 trust was funded in 2018 from proceeds from a one-time asset sale for $16.3 million to help offset the unfunded pension liability. Finding 16, Pinole staff projects its Section 115 trust funds will be exhausted.
Great. Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, we are now ready to adjourn the meeting to regular City Council meeting of June 16th in remembrance of Amber Schwartz. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.